129. That is absolutely spectacular from Colin Osborne.
Remarkable from Robert Thornton.
Game shot in the first leg.
What a leg that is. 12 darter.
The only unbeaten player.
Game shot in the second leg.
This is
Game
big
shot in the
territory.
first leg.
Does he want to go for the double 19? Of course he did, to get more relaxed.
Shot in the
boy.
first leg.
Double 18 for a monstrous 147 Bradley Brooks.
Good morning, welcome along to Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, where day one was dominated by two ADC European qualifiers who went toe-to-toe with some giants of the sport and came out victorious. It's Victor Tingstrom and Groeneveld that lead the way going into day two, but there are some legends of the game that are hoping to catch them up. Talking about legends of the game, I'm happy to say that we're joined by Scott Mitchell, the 2015 champion of the world, and what a first day we enjoyed here in Portsmouth.
Yeah, I mean, the season campaigners who we thought were going to come running out of the traps did they? And the two young guns and our European qualifiers came here and showed why they qualified. So this moving day is Tuesday. The old school have got to get their act together today.
Let's talk about Victor Tingstrom. He leads the table going into day two. We knew about the quality that he has. He showed it on his previous appearance here, but it felt like he's gone up a level from appearance one to appearance two.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, he started a little bit slowly, but once he felt his way back in the room, back in the game, and he got his head straight and came out and started throwing some tidy stuff.
He looks like he's very much matured as well as a player, 22 years of age, but he almost plays ahead of his years to a certain extent.
Well, I think things have happened to him. He's been signed by a dart company since he was last here, and so his game is on the up, so his confidence is high. And yeah, he showed that yesterday. He had a look around the room, got his bearings, and then started playing some lovely stuff. So the numbers were good, and that's why he's top of the table.
As far as Groeneveld is concerned, first appearance here, first appearance in front of the cameras in general, and he really did take to it like duck to water.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I say, we say he's Marco Mayer's friend, and I've been hanging around them for a bit and I've known him for a while, but he really sort of showed up yesterday after his first game as well, and his only defeat yesterday was Victor. So that showed how well he played yesterday, Cornet. So we know that sometimes people can be a little bit rabbit in the headlights on the first day and it all go their own way. It'd be interesting to see how Cornet goes today now that he's been here, knows how it feels. He hasn't really had much defeat inflicted on him. It's how he reacts with that today is how he's going to go to the end of the day, I think.
Well, let's get reflections on yesterday by having a look at the table going into day two. Victor Tingstrom and Colin Groeneveld lead the way, but Colin Whitehead in third position in the table. And actually, if you break down the numbers from the opening day's play, he was numerically the best player.
Yeah, we could see that, though, couldn't we, yesterday? You know, he was just banging that regular 90 average. I think he dropped under 90 twice yesterday, and we're talking 89.80 or something. So his game was very steady. We spoke yesterday about how he changed his equipment a little bit and put a longer point in. And I have to agree with him. I think it suits him well. And he was just a touch unlucky in moments yesterday. There was a few 4-3s that didn't go his way. I see him sort of moving day, Tuesday. Maybe it's Conan's moving day.
Well, let's have a look at the odds, and they do half fancy a Conan shift on Tuesday because he's gone into second favourite. Victor Tingstrom now 13-8 on. No surprise considering the way that he played on day one. But if you're going to have a punt now, is Conan Whitehead at 5-2 if you fancy him to carry on playing the way he did on Monday, possibly the value bet?
It could well be the value bet, but I actually like the Thornton at 5-1 there. That's a big value bet. He's only 2 points off of the top two. You know, although he's not been playing how we know that Robert can play, he's still there, and today's another day. We know that no 2 days are the same for a dart player. Maybe he's going to be the one that turns it on today.
And interesting having a look at the weekly outrights. Whitehead's gone into favourite now, and Victor's gone into a stronger second favourite already. The bookies thinking that there's some big shifts moving further on in the week.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that Victor is right there on that performances of yesterday. He was very sound, very assured. And, hey, the bookies are seeing what we see. And we don't think he's that far an outside bet at all for winning this group.
18 plus, speedgambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. Right, our first game of the session sees Groeneveld, the ADC European qualifier who's taken the Super Series by storm thus far in action. He takes on Robert Thornton, who lost out to him by 4-0 in the last game of yesterday's session. As far as Cornet's concerned, what a journey it's been for him to get to this particular point at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Winning a qualifier to get to this particular stage, now he is here, he is very much settled. And earlier on this morning, I had a chat with him. Cornet, really good debut for yourself here at the Modus Super Series yesterday. How did you find it out there?
I'm really enjoying it. Yeah, it was in the beginning was a bit new. I didn't know what to expect, but when the matches went on, I get a little bit comfortable, and yeah, I throw some good darts, I think. Yeah.
Very good darts. Joint top of the table overnight. What was your actual expectations going into yesterday?
No, I not lose or win, but for myself, a good performance. That was for me the most important thing. And I think if you're playing well, the results are coming. So yeah, that went for me.
Results went for you yesterday. Now you have got those points on the board. Do the goals and expectations shift a little bit?
It's excited if you go top of the table for tomorrow. That's going to be exciting. But yeah, I'm not to have big pressure on my shoulder. I go play and do my best, and we will see.
First time in front of the cameras for yourself. For those who may not have seen you before, just tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, I'm Corné. I'm 33 years old. I'm from the Netherlands, from Middle Harnish. Now, you said it already in interviews. I'm in the same team with Marco Meijer, so that's the thing we know about me. And I'm for 17 years I'm a chef in Holland, but next month I have a new job. I work in a factory we make pastry, so it's always for food, but it's better time. So now I have weekends off. I work from Monday to Friday, and I have evening at home with my wife, so I can practice and I get better days for me for playing darts. And it went well. So.
And finally, is Marco any good?
he's perfect. Seriously, I play him in a competition, and we always play pairs. But he, if I play with him, he always steady on 60, and he play very well.
Well, we look forward to watching you play as opposed to Marco. Cornet, all the very best.
Yeah, thank you, Val. Thank you, Val.
Cornet in action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. His first assignment for day 2 is Robert Thornton. Now, the meeting yesterday was comfortably won by Cornet by 4-0. It looked like Robert just kind of ran out of a little bit of steam at the end of the first day's play. As far as Cornet's concerned, 33 years of age, plays with Grand Slam Barney darts, made the last 16 of the Dutch Open back in 2023. As for the form, 56 years of age, twice the World Seniors champion, but yet to pick up a title here in Portsmouth, and that will be his aim for the next 5 days or so. Well, Cornet had a very good first day. It's all about backing it up on day 2. We call it moving day. When you look at the table, Scott Mitchell, it very much could be that.
First leg, it's Cornet to throw
very
first.
Much so. He is.
Game on.
He improved as the day went on yesterday, and he had a big win against Robert at the end of the day yesterday.
57.
4-0. He wouldn't have expected that at the start of the day, but I would like to pick up on something he said in his interview about Marco being good at darts. I absolutely,
100.
I've never heard such a crock. I've played pairs with Marco. He was hopeless. He couldn't even hit a 20. So either he's improved in the last
60.
2 years. We know what Marco can do. He's one of the best referees in the world. Throwing the darts, I'm not so sure.
30.
Morning, Marco, if you're listening.
I'm awaiting a WhatsApp message any time now. As far as Cornet's first day is concerned,
81.
Very good stuff. He played at a level which is very much attainable throughout the course and the duration of the week. 84.58 was his average over the course of the day. 17 hits from
60.
53 darts at a double. Plays those sorts of levels, then he will have some joy this week. May have to at times
95.
just go up a little bit, but we did see that at times as well yesterday. He kind of showed us the full repertoire. As far as
85.
Thornton was concerned, the highs are very high and the lows are very low.
Yeah, he just tailed off towards the end of the day, didn't he? And you know, it's unusual for Robert to
41.
be sort of that inconsistent towards the end of the day. Usually, the more he's been throwing, the more consistent he is. It's usually early doors that he
59.
struggles, and
Corner you require
yesterday was the opposite way
167.
round. But 167 coming in here for Cornet, and it's not
58.
quite
Robert, you require
done what he was hoping to do.
167.
So Thornton has a poke at 167. That's not going to go, and so Cornet is going to come back for the 109 to take out the opening leg.
41. Corner you require 109.
It's been a slow start to this particular encounter.
49. Robert, you require
I think you
126.
can expect that from Cornet because of the position he's in the table at the moment, and he'll sort of play a little bit like he's trying to defend. And it's Thornton for the ball here.
101. Corner you require 60. 20. Robert, you require 25.
2 4s now down for 2 2s. Doesn't go, so
23.
Groeneveld's going to have a ninth
Corner, you
visit to the
require
board
40.
to complete the leg.
I think we can categorically say it's a bit of a nervy start from both here first thing this morning.
Game shot on the first leg.
That will
Corner
settle
Groeneveld.
Groeneveld down no end.
Second leg.
No
it's
real
Robert to throw
disaster. He's
first.
held his own throw.
Game on.
So nothing to chink the armour so far other than the fact that it was a
58.
26 dart leg. But once you win one of those 26 dart legs, they're very difficult to get back as an opponent.
I've actually had a message
59.
from Marco. The first of which I cannot repeat on there. The second one was said, Scott, the pairs was 10 years ago.
It doesn't matter how many years ago. You were hopeless.
45.
You were hopeless. I was in my prime, and I dedicated myself to play pairs with you, and you were hopeless. Other than that, I hope you're well, mate.
96.
We are going to see Marco in a few weeks' time here at the Super Series in a refereeing capacity. And we look forward to
140.
his return. Today it's Jack Garwood in charge of proceedings. The now 30-year-old,
140.
recently relocated from Nottingham. Beautiful part of the world.
Only if you're an archer or an archery fan.
60.
And of course, the venue for the first ever World Championships back in 1978, where Leighton Rees beat John Lowe in the final. The Heart of Midlands Club
100.
in Nottingham holding that particular fair. In fact, here's one for your stats boffins. It was the only World Championship in history to be played over legs as opposed to sets.
94.
I knew that
Corner, you
even.
require 106.
So how about that?
How about this? Double 18 for
Game shot on the
106,
second
and that
leg.
might just
Corner
light up a
Groeneveld.
spark for Corner Groeneveld. It's been a sluggish start to this game, but that 106 may just be the blue
Third
touch
leg.
paper
Corner to
lightener.
throw first.
Yeah, and his
Game on.
first ton topper of the week as well. He's been around and about it, 88 and 96, but he was scoring so well yesterday.
81.
When you're scoring well, you don't leave yourself those just around the ton marks. You leave yourself 161, 141.
45.
So he was taking out some good numbers yesterday, just under the ton. And now look at his confidence come off the back of that.
Suddenly growing in the game. And Thornton here,
97.
well, he could be off the stage in next to no time at all without really making any inroads in this match. And there's 3 darts at double in the first leg.
108.
And the way things are going, that might be all he gets. First max of the day.
Yeah, his 8th of the tournament for Groeneveld. Hit 7 yesterday.
59.
It's 180 and
Corner,
went
you
under the
require
radar
100.
yesterday as we were watching him put points on the table.
60.
Tops up to 12 for a 3-0 lead. As far as Thornton's concerned, he's started off today in a similar vein that he finished
100.
yesterday.
Corner, you
An
require
ironic round
40.
of applause as he finds the treble with the last dart.
Game shot on a
And it's
third
3-0
leg. Corner,
Groeneveld, and he is
Groeneveld.
making this look very routine indeed.
Fourth leg, it's Robert to throw first.
Thornton was having
Game
a little
on.
chat with himself after 2 darts of that last throw, and I think the lip reading words that I got were shocking.
61.
Just want to have a look at the back of Cornet's shirt. The G looks like, you know, Gladiators, the TV show. Doesn't the G
57.
look like the G that they used on Gladiators?
Yeah, it does.
40.
Who's your favourite gladiator back in the day?
Jet. Did I say that too quickly?
59.
It's only because her walk-on was Hey Rock and Roll Shawaddy Waddy.
60.
Used to like that as well. I was a kid then when Shawaddy Waddy was in the charts.
Most famous track, Under the Moon of Love? And
78.
Robert Thornton could be on the cusp of going for a little walk here.
They weren't in the charts, they were in the hit parade.
41.
Well, you say it's Groeneveld here has got as much
100.
time as he wants to really pick apart the fawn.
He's turned the throw here. It's just a slow start for Robert this morning.
99.
The middle patches this week have been okay for, but the starts and ends have
95.
not been fruitful at all, and that's going to cause him real problems going forward, because if that's the case, then what we might be seeing as the week goes on is him having to battle for
85.
that third, fourth spot
Corner, you
because of the
require
defeats he would pick up in those
112.
kinds of games. This for the match, and for 4-0 win, 112 would have been for his second ton topper.
52.
Thornton to keep him in the
Robert, you
contest.
require 115.
And he is going to get a dart at tops.
Shot
Class
on
from
the fourth
Thornton.
leg, Robert Thornton.
Maybe he has arrived on Tuesday at the Super Series.
Fifth leg, it's Cornet to
Yeah,
throw
his
first.
highest shot yesterday was a
Game on.
95 shot, so he also hits his first ton topper of the week. And this is the response from Cornet, 180. I'm going nowhere. You're making Thornton come with you though, Cornet.
140.
Oh, hello. Hello. Hello, hello.
180.
He teased it in practice before this game got underway. He may hit it for real in the last leg of the match.
41. Cornet, you require 141.
Not to be.
76.
Wasn't a million miles away with that first one, Henry. It wasn't a bad thrown dart.
100. Cornet, you require
Cornet.
65.
But 65 now. I think that was for the ball.
53.
Double six would have sealed it with a 12 dart leg, but Thornton way back for a 4-1 win. It mean he would have got the better of Robert Thornton
60.
by 8 legs to
Corner, you
1 over the
require
course of 2
12.
games. It would be for the
Shot
match
and the
and
match,
to become
Corner
the first
Groeneveld.
player to move on to 10 points in this group. Corner Groeneveld gets the better of Robert Thornton, a destructive display. He gets the better of the 2-time World Seniors champion by 4 legs to 1. And there is a real anguished look on the face of Robert Thornton. And that is why, that's the tale of the tape. Groeneveld a 4-1 victor, comfortable in winning the game as well. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Colin Osborne and Conan Whitehead go toe-to-toe. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Corner Groeneveld got the better of Robert Thornton by 4 legs to 1, averaging 86.29, 3 maximums to his name, and 4 out of 7 on the doubles, including a high check of 106. Next up for us, Colin Osborne and Conan Whitehead going toe-to-toe on the Super Series stage. The meeting yesterday was won by Whitehead by 4 legs to 1, and it was a very good performance as well, averaging 95.72, 50% on the doubles. As far as Colin Osborne's concerned, he begins the day on 2 points in the league standings and is looking to make a big push to keep himself quietly in contention. For Whitehead, statistically, the best player of day one at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, but only 3 wins to his name, losing out in a crucial game against Corner Groeneveld towards the latter half of the session. Sees him chasing the top 2. And here's Groeneveld now, who leads the way on 10 points at the top of this particular group. You'd expect Osborne to up the ante
it's Colin to throw
somewhat.
First. Game on.
That's the 29-year-old referee, Jack Garwood, calling out the scores. I unintentionally added an extra year onto him.
60.
Wise beyond his years, Scott.
Wise beyond his ears or years?
Both.
53.
He's a smart man when it comes to the quiz. When he turns up, which he didn't last night because he was too busy doing some vlogging.
135.
Yeah, I'm going to come to the quiz with you in a couple of weeks.
Oh, that's an exclusive.
96. 41.
Just feels like a little bit of a sluggish start to the day, almost like a carryover from day one
42.
to a certain extent.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's been a slow start in the first one.
57.
And already this is kind of like a must-win game for both players here if they're going to launch an assault on this Group A for
41.
me.
Who do you think it is the bigger game for?
Probably Conan, actually. I think that he needs to stay
60.
in touch. I think Oz probably realises that the chances of Group A success for him kind of disappeared yesterday in the last couple of games.
139. Colin, you require 148.
148 for the opening leg. Isn't going to go. Conan only needs a single treble here to leave himself the bullseye on the 130.
95.
And this would be for
Conan, you require
a
130.
break of throw in the opener. He'll move over. There's a portion of the left-hand side of the bed he can aim at, but goes above. And so Osborne back for 53
65.
to take out the
Colin, you
opener.
require 53.
Should be a couple at tops. And a couple at tops it will be. Double 10.
Game shot on the
Found,
first
and Osborne
leg.
leads
Colin
1-0.
Osborne.
Just lacked that consistency
Second
that
leg,
we've
it's
come
Conan
to
to throw
expect
first.
of him yesterday,
Game on.
wasn't there?
Yeah, I totally agree, Henry. He just... It was all fits and starts for him yesterday, and
140.
more fits than starts. It really was a very uncharacteristic day from Colin Osborne here, but, you know, you're allowed one. You can't be brilliant all the time.
85.
Sometimes you have to experience those lull days in darts to appreciate the good days.
Well, in terms of his numbers for day one, averaged 85.16, 11 out of 34, so just under 33% when it came to the finishing, 1 in 3. It wasn't bad, but it just
81.
wasn't good enough at key times.
I think he bumped into those couple at the top at the wrong time for him, I think, in the day, where they dented his confidence a little bit.
131.
Oh, Conan again leaving 130, this time after 9, and this time he's going to get first poke at the finish with Osborne a long way back, and he's got a few pokes at this, but don't be surprised if he finds one treble to see him go for the bullseye. The ball to level up, but it grazes the 25 Wyatt.
Yeah, he's self-confessed that bullseye is his favourite double, so you're going to go for it. You think every time it's left there.
45. Conan,
He goes for it first start with 3 in hand. Double 8. Now 2 4s. Doesn't want to come inside here. He does come inside, and this could lead to some problems here. Despite Osborne not being on the finish, if he can find something makeable, there could be a couple of concerns for Coe.
85.
I don't believe there is. I think he'll whack this first start.
Double 1.
No score.
What do I know?
Colin, you require 100.
What on earth do I know? I make a prediction. I'm just going to hitch my leg back up here and sit on the fence again.
Oh, this would be a steal. A categoric steal, but Osborne couldn't find the second treble. And so Whitehead comes back for double 2.
Conan, you require
and this
4.
time under much more pressure.
Game shot
When he gets there in the
leg,
end,
Conan Whitehead.
he did a little bit more nervy than he should have made it, but level he is at 1
Third
apiece,
leg,
and
it's Colin to throw
the
first.
pair can still have a
Game on.
laugh about what happened there. Actually, a bit of a change from the norm. We actually call that camera angle when a player loses a leg misery cam. There's a bit more of a happy cam there from Colin.
100
and Colin will be happy with his first max of the day.
No.
Yes.
80.
Just dropped out.
We call that a sit-up when you pick one of those up off the floor. Us dart players, that's as close to the gym as I get, that is. Some days I do nearly 3 sit-ups.
38.
When they drop out, they do. I can't believe it.
And that's before you then got to get on the tractor and sort out the hens.
Exactly
82.
right. Oh, not like our co-commentator Mace, where you see him doing Q&As down the gym on the running machine. Nah, not for me, that.
40.
Well, kind of there, got himself in a little bit of a haze. The treble 19 left himself at 159, where if he stayed
99.
upstairs, he would have left himself at a finish. He's left himself on 60 after 12 to threaten the Osborne break.
$134. Conan, you require 60.
With himself in front, he's got 2 at tops, but the first dart sitting below because of the long points
22.
isn't always a help, and those 2
Colin,
darts there were a case in point.
109.
Yeah, and the angle that Co throws from the oche means his dart is always in the board at a slight angle, which we can't see on this camera angle from our side.
Game shot on the third leg, Colin Osborne.
What a steal. Steal indeed.
The 109 for Osborne means that he
Fourth leg, it's Conan to throw
puts
first.
himself back in front in the
Game
game
on.
that Conan will feel like he should have had full control of. In terms of scoring, he is completely outweighed
128.
his opponent, but Osborne doing what he's so characteristic at doing, and that's just hanging in matches, and then when the opportunity arises, he will take advantage. He's got that
58.
old school dogged determination about him in that respect.
It's the bit you can't teach, Henry. The bit you can't
60.
teach. You can teach people to throw, you can teach people to score. that little bit that you have inside, that little fire in the belly at the right moments. Unfortunately, that's the natural bit.
100.
Can't teach that.
Well, let's show you a little bit more on that lean. You can actually see it more by the way that the dart goes in. It almost
99.
arcs at a 45-degree angle in his hand before he then releases it.
$85.
Yeah, we had a lovely overhead shot of it on the last throw. It just goes to show the angle. So when he goes for like 16, he puts one right as a shot out, and he goes
122.
right at the top, looking at the tops there. You can see that the dart is kicked across a little and blocks the double top. So he has to throw his dart on the left-hand side of the 20 so that he can get a shot the
100.
right-hand side of the
Conan, you
double
require
top.
92.
And so 92 here to level this game up. Decided to go tops
60.
and will leave
Colin, you
himself
require
on double 16 upon his
158.
return. 158 for Osborne then, and this would hurt. It'd be back-to-back ton plus outs. But it's not going to happen on this occasion. So Whitehead back to square up at 2-2.
Bit of mate Wayne Mardle
60.
lateral drift there into the
Conan, you require
fives.
32. Game shot on the 4 flag. Conan Whitehead.
And Conan Whitehead levels up at 2 apiece. 16 darter for Co, and
Fifth
this
flag, it's
is
Colin
a
to throw
match all
first.
square at 2 apiece.
Game on. $100. $140.
Yeah, nice last dart there from Whitehead finding its destination.
55.
As for Osborne, that was destination unknown. Well, we're going to show you now how the Whitehead darts go into the board. And as you can see there, that first dart sitting behind the treble does not help him one
58.
bit because it completely blocks the bed.
Yeah, and when it's just underneath like that, it didn't help the second dart go in. And he found himself having to go to a new destination. And Osborne here,
100.
you can see a totally flatter trajectory and entry to the board.
Whereas that should be ideal,
58.
but couldn't make any way of it.
Osborne today has had a few of those stray darts into the 5 with the
45.
first dart. That'll be frustrating him. See, I'm a sort of player I'd rather hit 60 than 85. And I know that sounds daft, but I think if you've hit 85,
100.
your opponent knows you've gone kind of wayward. Whereas if you're nice and straight on 320s, psychologically he's thinking he's going to hit one in a minute. He ain't going to keep hitting 60s here.
100.
Well, this is what I say about players who
Conan,
leave
you require
116 after 12. They scored
145.
okay, but they've had something veer wide during the course of the leg.
Yeah, absolutely, Henry.
65.
Couldn't agree more.
Colin, you require 101.
101 after 15 for Colin to move himself 3-2 in front. So we had a 109. Tops to add the
Game shot on the
101 to
fifth
the
flag,
collection.
Colin
And
Osborne.
Osborne leads 3-2. And Conan Whitehead is thinking as to how and why he's in front.
6th flag, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
Osborne heads to the player in this group that have now hit 3 ton
85.
plus checkouts over the group stages. He said a 115, a 109, and now the 101.
Well, a matter of fact, in 2 games,
26.
we've already seen more ton plus checkouts than we did over the entirety of yesterday's action.
Yes, we have. Yes, good spot.
7.
Conan now having all sorts of problems here. Not what you're looking for when you're on your own throw and your opponent's hitting ton plus checkouts in the match for fun.
140.
And Osborne really is coming up to the boil now. Such a typically gritty performance from him, where it looked like there was a point in the match where Whitehead could run away with proceedings, but Osborne just kept his head above water and is now more than treading water in this match. Could well be swimming towards the finishing line.
$52. $73.
Yeah, I understand why he did that. Come back out, trying to leave himself a finish. And why wouldn't you? You've just had 2 ton toppers.
81.
You'd fancy your chances of a high ton finish. Or as they say in soft tip, a ton high, isn't it? When you finish out, oh yeah, I think so.
45. Conan, you require 139.
Well, this would hoist Osborne by his own petard. And for the bowl with the second dart.
79.
So Osborne for the match.
Colin, you require 157.
For a hat-trick of ton plus checkouts. Not to be, and so Whitehead is back to take us all the way to a last leg decider.
137. Conan, you
He's gonna have
require
to take
60.
this.
Pressure applied from Osborne, and it seemed to work.
40.
And you saw that beautiful camera shot. Caught
Colin,
the
you
flight.
require 20.
Caught the flight. What a great shot.
And this is now for the match. For a 4-2 victory. He's getting closer. But he cannot find a way in. It clips
Conan,
the
you
wire.
require 20.
And now Whitehead comes back for the target that Osborne's just missed. And that's a beautiful guide.
No
But
score.
he can't find the target either.
Colin, you require 20.
An unusual mistake from Whitehead. Unusual indeed. Now Osborne up on double
Shot
five, and he
match,
does nail it.
Colin Osborne.
He had 2 ton plus finishes, gave him the momentum, but it's Osborne takes this one, an important game. 4 legs to 2 over Conan Whitehead. They have a good chat about it. Nothing to write about in the averages. It was just 2 mates having a good go at one another there. We'll take a short break, and we'll be coming back to you with Victor Tingstrom versus Kieran Smith.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we're into the final game of the first round of matches. Before the break, we saw Colin Osborne with 2-ton plus checkouts get the better of Conan Whitehead by 4 legs to 2. That now moves him on to 4 points in the table. And it means for Victor Tingstrom, he can have some daylight between himself and the rest of the field. He can join Groeneveld on 10 points at the top of the pile if he can get the better of Kieran Smith, who, as far as day one is concerned, didn't quite go for him, failed to pick up a victory on his opening day, and is hoping that day two will bring better fortunes. But for Tingstrom, the 22-year-old from Stockholm in Sweden, the Finnish Masters champion in 2023, he showed real glimpses as to the precocious form which has seen him be so successful on the ADC European circuit. As for the 27-year-old Kieran Smith from Gloucestershire, runner-up in the WDF Scottish Open in 2024, made it through to the latter end of the British Open back in 2023. He's hoping to recapture that kind of form and to pick up some crucial victories that will help him as he makes an assault on Saturday night, later on in the week on Thursday and Friday respectively.
First leg, it's Victor
But
to
for
throw
Victor,
first. Game
we
on.
saw glimpses on his first visit here at the Super Series, but yesterday we saw a real improvement, and we get the sense that we may be heaping a little bit more expectation on this young man from Stockholm.
59.
Well, I don't think it's an expectation that he doesn't expect himself. I think he's heaping enough of it on himself. But he seems to
59.
just go through the motions and I feel that I spoke to him yesterday on the way out, and he said he just tries to put his game up there. He doesn't try to play an opponent.
60.
He tries to put a game up there to get him in front and tries to not take too much notice of the opponent, which is easier said than done.
39.
And for poor Kieran Smith, he's in a position where he struggled to trouble any of his opponents yesterday, and that makes it a lot harder today to come in and try and grab that first win.
125.
Victor yesterday was really good. Averaged 90.14. Won every leg he possibly could, apart from one.
71.
19 out of 46 when it came to the finishing yesterday, which comes back to a number of 41.3%.
100.
Ruthless in every department.
And makes you difficult to beat, without doubt. I notice Kieran again
44.
today has gone back to his
Victory
original
require 157.
flight and stem setup. Yesterday he finished with a different one, which I thought he was having more success with, but it's all how you feel as a
97.
dart player, and you're throwing them. Only you know what your darts are doing.
Well, Tingstrom kicking off in the
39.
vein that he left off
Victory
yesterday.
require 60.
We're going to take out the opening leg with Smith not making too much in terms of inroads on the scoreboard. That's a nice guide. But he
20.
cannot follow it up with the second dart. Not that there was a need to. Is there a potential worry for
29.
Kieran that
Victory require
yesterday
40.
may have taken its toll?
It's looking that way in leg number one here, and of course
Game shot on the first leg. Victor
he doesn't have the
Tingstrom.
darts, and he's playing the table topper in Victor Tingstrom, so
Second leg.
the
It's Kieran
burden
to throw
just gets
first.
heavier.
Game on.
That's more like it, Kieran.
80. $45.
And it could just be small moments like that which just get him going.
96.
It does. It gives you momentum. It reminds you that you can do it.
$48. $62.
Bit snatchy with a couple of those darts there from Smith.
But Victor here has had a real Real off leg.
140.
That's a bit more like it, but Smith's got a little bit of time here to draw level.
Well, yeah, ironically, he's had a bit of an off leg when Kieran Smith's had a really good start
59.
to the leg and put him under pressure. And I think that should be a sign that Kieran should be looking for and knowing that the best way to put off your opponent is to hit as many of those treble things as you can.
101. Kieran, you require 104.
Finish, but Smith's going to get first poke at the 104 to square up at one apiece. Double 12 for 104, and it wasn't too far away.
You require 167.
Well, this would be so typical, wouldn't it, if Kieran dominated the score in stakes 4. He may get an opportunity and Victor takes out the 167, but that's not going to be the case this time round. So Smith to level up,
100.
double 12.
Kieran, you require 24. Game shot
And that will settle him down nicely, 1-1.
Yeah, let's hope so. Yeah, let's hope so. Give him a bit of belief.
Third leg, it's Victor to throw first. Game on.
Just giving himself a bit of a G up there in the background.
$137.
This is more like it. This is more like it, Kieran. Second max of the match.
He only hit 2 all day yesterday.
96.
That's the ironic thing.
I'll tell you what, Corny Groeneveld
60.
here may well be drawing up a pew in the practice room. Maybe not too much. She's got to play Conan Whitehead next, but we'll be glancing over to the screen in the practice room with a little bit of interest because Kieran's got himself in a position here to possibly break the Tingstrom throw.
57.
But couldn't take advantage of it, and so the ascendancy swings back in the Swedes' favour.
96.
Big trouble with the second dart to leave himself on 114.
56. Victor, you require 114.
To awaken from the slumber. 94 left, treble 18. Would have left him tops. Smith back for 148. It's a big
58.
ask.
Kieran, you require 148.
But it's a possible one. But couldn't find the second treble. And so Tingstrom back for 56 to take the lead again at 2-1.
Victor, you require 56.
2 in hand at tops.
Game
Oh, he
shot on
needs a
third
1 in the
leg,
centre
Victor
of the bed.
Tingstrom.
2-1 Tingstrom.
Yeah, nice
Fourth
bread and
leg,
butter
it's
shot
Kieran to
there.
throw first.
Straight out. Exactly
Game on.
what he wants. And that gives you confidence. Gives you lovely confidence. Because he's be
44.
feeling now that he continues on where he left off yesterday.
Feels a little bit of a protracted start to the day's proceedings.
100.
No one's really put in a performance, maybe apart from Corny Groeneveld, that says, yes, I'm
58.
here to put in a real statement, a real dent in proceedings.
Yeah, I agree with that, Henry.
60.
And you feel a big match as part of this group could be Victor taking on Cornet a bit later in the day.
100. $99.
Don't forget
59.
to subscribe to the Modus Super Series YouTube channel where you can join in the fun on the chat room. We'll get involved with some of your questions and comments on that as the day goes along.
140.
And there'll be plenty of interaction in the chat room next week is all I'm going to say.
56. Victor, you require 102.
Smith, after a barrage of trebles, has had a couple trebleless visits.
$70.
Tingstrom's having no such problem. Even hitting trebles when he doesn't want them.
Victor, you require
Well, it feels like
32.
Tingstrom's going through the motions, but he's averaging 85. 3 from 5 on the doubles.
No score.
But that doesn't go, and it just opens
Kieran, you
up
require 110.
the opportunity here for Kieran.
Not
50.
to be this time, and opportunity
you
for that to
require
be the
32.
spark that lit the touch paper for Smith, but it's Tingstrom
Shot
coming
on the
back
four
in to
flag,
dampen
Victor
his
Tingstrom.
hopes of a return.
Crucially gets the break
Fifth
and is
flag,
now
it's
throwing
Victor to
for the
throw
match.
first. Game
Smith
on.
bites his flights. He knows he's in more than a spot of bother here. As for Tingstrom, he's been able to kind of coast through this game.
100.
He hasn't been at his best, but he hasn't had to be.
No, there was a barrage in the middle there from Kieran Smith, but he managed to contain
97.
that with Tingstrom.
We
140.
already have a Swede in Champions Week by the way of Andreas Harrison, who won a couple of weeks ago.
140.
Joined to the illustrious list of players to have won 3 qualifying weeks. Not many do that round here. Darryl Pilgrim, Matt Clark, Neil Duff.
140.
While Steve West is the only player to have had 4 weekly wins. I know he does tune in. I hope you keep him
58.
well, Steve, and the recovery's
Victor, you
going
require
well.
121.
This for the match for Victor Tingstrom, 121. Goes 25 first, 96 left. Triple to left, double 18. But he's going to do the next
105.
best job of setting himself up on double 8 after 12 upon his return. He's kicked when he's needed to.
60. Victor, you require
And
16.
will those be Kieran Smith's last starts of this match?
Because it's sat low, it's a little bit awkward for Victor. That's very awkward. You'd only see a little bit of the top side of the bed, but he's going to have to move all the way across to find it.
No score.
And to be fair, he came very
Kieran,
close.
you require 146.
Yeah, it was a good effort. Well, that treble ensures that Kieran will leave himself something
80.
handy, but
Victor, you require
you don't fancy his
16.
chances of getting back.
It's 2 8s. That should be more helpful
Game
for him.
shot, and the
And it
mark,
is a
Victor
fruitful dart, a
Tingstrom.
fruitful guide, and that could be a fruitful win for Victor Tingstrom. He gets the better of Kieran Smith by 4 legs to 1. It means him and Groeneveld now have a 4-point buffer from the rest of the field. We could very, very soon have a 2-horse race towards this title. Tingstrom, a 4-1 winner, 83-11. The average in the end, 4 from 14 when it came to the checkouts. That's a Kieran Smith. He had his moments in the game, but just couldn't quite put it together throughout the full course and the full duration. So that's round 1 in the books. Coming up after the break, the beginning of the second cycle of fixtures, which sees Conan Whitehead go toe-to-toe with Corne Groeneveld. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Conan Whitehead, the former champion here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, sees himself in action and sees himself in a spot above as far as qualifying through Group A is concerned, because he finds himself on 6 points in third place. But the top 2 players in the group, Victor Tingstrom and that man there, Groeneveld, both find themselves on 10. A win for the Dutchman in this particular match would open up a 6-point buffer between him and Conan, and with Thornton playing Smith and Osborne Tingstrom in this round of fixtures, things could begin to run away from the former champ.
First leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
There is a possibility here, Scott, that we could very, very soon have a 2-horse race for this title. And first thing that's become very
82.
apparent is there is a change of flight, which must also mean a change of stem, because they're glued together in Conan's case.
100.
Oh, yeah. I think it's the same stem that he was using, or same
40.
length and style. But yeah, he's just changed flights. Obviously, he's had a damage to a flight that he was using and decided that he would change them.
100.
What can happen with a damaged flight for players is, if the tail end gets damaged, it can make the dart fly slightly different. So if it's damaged,
95.
it drags through the air. It's like sticking a sail on your car going up the motorway. It drives differently. So, and it's exactly the same thing with a dart. It will fly differently. It will have more
81.
drag. So then you've got to throw it with a slight of different power to the way you do it. So players just change them. They're used to having a nice, it's like a Formula One car. Nice
58.
new flights. The wind passes them. Nothing goes wrong. And you'll see lots and lots of players change flights very regularly for that reason. And then you'll see others like Christoph Ratajski who will
85.
absolutely have them battered to death and still use them, because I don't know why. He says they're his lucky flights, so he doesn't want to change them. So it's all about what's in your head, really.
140. Corner, you require 135.
Well, 135 for Groeneveld to get the break in the opening leg. Starts 25, so trouble for the ball. Doesn't go, and so Whitehead, he may only get a dart at the ball
63.
himself off this
Corner,
86.
you require 86.
Gets 2 in hand, a double 16.
Game
Oh,
start
he
on
needs the
first
1.
leg,
That was
Conan
clinical from
Whitehead.
Conan. Whitehead leads 1-0.
Second leg, it's
You
Cornet
could say,
to throw
Scott,
first.
that was as clean as a
Game
whistle
on.
from Coe.
Surely if you're blowing your whistle, it's going to be dirty and have germs on it.
140.
So I don't understand that saying.
I think it's whistle in the case of, in slang, whistle means suit.
Ah,
24.
again, wise beyond your years, Henry. Very well done.
We learn something new every day, don't we?
Yeah, I didn't get a passport till I was 38.
140.
Didn't you?
You wanted to learn something new every day. There's something new you learn.
Wow.
Every day's a school day here, folks, at the Super Series.
140.
So where was your first escapade abroad?
It was to the Dutch Open. My sponsors had booked me in and I didn't have a passport.
180.
Yeah. Yeah, it was that sort of clever, yeah. I hadn't been anywhere. Why
81.
do I think I needed
Corner,
a
you require
passport? Nobody told
41.
me.
You were just sorting out your corn and stuff on the farm.
I was just residing in the village, minding my own
25.
business, not taking up anybody's space anywhere else in the world. Never mind, we got one in the end, and look what happened.
100.
I ended up at the Super
Corner, you
Series in
require
commentary,
16.
where I didn't need a passport in the first place.
All you needed was a car that
It's
went
on
a
the
couple of
second
miles up the
leg,
road.
Corner
As Groeneveld
Groeneveld.
levels up with a 14 dart. A real good leg this, and maybe the second round of fixtures to the day may just
Third
see
leg,
the
it's Conan to throw
standard
first.
and quality ramp
Game
up,
on.
because it's fair to say the first round saw a little bit of first round nerves, a little bit of first round caginess attached to it.
45. $100.
I am one of the commentators that could travel here by horse, but there is nowhere to time a horse up outside the building, so I can't actually do that.
58.
We'll make sure there's a stable in the car park next time you're here. Well, it is
22.
Grand National Week at Aintree. They are off at 4 o'clock on Saturday afternoon.
41.
And we could be seeing a 2-horse race as far as the Group A qualification is concerned.
134.
Moved it to 4 o'clock now, haven't they, the Grand National? Used to be 5:15. It's gone back to 4 o'clock.
97.
I think 4 o'clock's a better time for it myself.
140.
And then everybody can tune in to the Super Series Saturday night finals night.
See, he read the memo. 7:30, we kickstart. And all the way through to a finish.
100.
Groeneveld 105 for the
105.
breaker throw and a 2-1 lead in this contest. And he is going to get a double top.
Game
Perfectly
start on the
pinned by
third leg. Cornet
Groeneveld
Groeneveld.
with full courage and full conviction. And he leads by 2 legs to 1.
Fourth
He
flag.
gets the
It's Cornet
break
to throw
and
first.
Conan
Game on.
cuts a frustrated figure.
Yeah, he took the lead
100.
and then to get broken, he wasn't happy there. That's all that was. He's not happy to be broken. No player is.
140. 83. 140.
Good start to this leg for Conan, 140, 140.
95.
Well, I think this is actually a full scale change because the points of Co look smaller, but the maximums are getting hit bigger.
Yeah, it's a great spot, Henry. I think we spotted the flight had changed. I think the whole dart has changed. I think he's
59.
gone back to that
Conan, you require
maybe 41 mil point rather than the 50.
So mean a change of fortunes.
Start on the fourth
Well, that's
flag.
an
Conan
11 dart
Whitehead.
leg. This is a real high quality contest. 2-2 it is.
Fifth flag. It's Conan to throw first.
It's by far the best
Game
we've
on.
seen so far today.
$70.
Can we have a look in the next set, please, mate?
100.
Max for Groeneveld, his second of the encounter. And that, as you can see there, just a smaller point on the Whitehead darts, but it works to maximum effect.
180.
Talking of maximums, and almost talking about perfection.
140. 28.
The cry of Co. You know when there's a bad visit when you hear that.
Yeah, we could almost hear it through our commentary block's glass window here.
135. 92. Corner you require 46.
Well, this would be for back-to-back 11 dart legs in this match. Double 16.
Game shot on the
Whitehead
fifth
got
flag.
one in the last to break.
Groeneveld.
Groeneveld's got one here. He leads 3-2.
Impressive. Impressive. When a new guy comes here,
Sixth flag, it's corner
has
to
an
throw
11
first.
darter at him and then goes
Game
back
on.
with 11 darter. This guy's the real deal.
Cornet showing courage here.
93.
Yeah, exactly. We spoke about, I consistently speak about special players doing special things in the big moments. You can't always do it,
60.
to get yourself out of the mire, but you have to do it some of the time. And I think this man, Groeneveld, has a bit of that about him.
140.
In terms of scoring stakes, 7 tons, 5 on 40 to 2 maxis. Now averaging in excess of 102.
39.
Average 86.29 in the first game against Thornton. We felt that he could possibly go up a gear, and going up a gear he is.
134.
And could be on the cusp of rounding this game off very quickly. And that's despite Conan hitting his 3rd max of the match.
Corner you require 134.
He's got 6 to seal it.
52.
I was a tad unlucky there. Drifted into the wrong bed on the treble 4, and rather than the treble 18 he was chasing.
128. Corner you require 82.
Bit pressure asserted from Conan. Will he get back? 1 at tops.
62.
Oh, and it was a nervy one, wasn't it?
94.
You could tell the pull below, couldn't you? 94 for Whitehead to stay in the contest. He went double-double.
54.
Didn't come
Corner
to
you
any
require
fruition.
20.
And so Groeneveld back for double 10. To put him back to the summit. And back to the summit he goes. Corner Groeneveld may have put daylight between himself and Conan Whitehead in this group. 6 points is now the buffer. Groeneveld runs off a 4-2 victor and runs off stage, top of the pile, with a good performance as well. Best game of the day by a long distance. 97.76 the average, 2 maximums for him, 3 for Whitehead. It was perfect when it came to the doubling. Had an 11 darter in there as well, but Groeneveld 4 from 10, a 105 out with an 11 of his own. A real good performance. Coming up after the break, Robert Thornton takes on Kieran Smith.
This is the penalty shootout. Oh, he's through on goal. This is easy.
Crystal Palace have always been good at penalties. Isn't that right, Owen? This is going to catch on, this one.
Goal!
Oh, look at that. That was relentless. That was Ali
Yes,
McCoy's
stop
desk. Come on,
Hold on,
Wednesday.
Well, it is Champions League quarter-finals night tonight, and, well, to get yourself in the mood, then you can catch our penalty shootout challenge. That and plenty more content available on the Super Series YouTube channel. Do drop it a subscribe, where you'll be able to catch plenty of bonus content, as well as get involved with our chat room during live broadcasts 6 days a week from the live lounge in Portsmouth. So that's what's available elsewhere, but for you now, for your entertainment, we've got Robert Thornton and Kieran Smith. As far as Thornton is concerned, it was a slow start to the day. Both players losing their first matches, and so looking to get on the board. Thornton for the day, Smith for the week. I suppose you'd be the goalkeeper at a penalty shootout, wouldn't you?
Yeah, just put my smoking jacket on and lay on my side, I think.
Tell you what, one of our backroom staff is a very, very handy goalkeeper. Saves the day all the time.
Bum bum, and
First
he's here
leg,
all
it's
week.
Robert to throw first.
I'm not here Thursday, Friday,
Game
thankfully
on.
for you lot. Lucky you. You got Chris Murphy and Paul Nicholson with you then. Myself and Scott with you for Group A.
80.
Group A, which we hope that after that last game between Whitehead and Groeneveld will just begin to kickstart into life. Been a slow start to the day other than that.
134.
Yeah, Tuesday moving day is being a slow burner at the minute.
100
Until Rob Thornton overheard what I said there, and he raced it on up.
96. 44.
Well, Thornton's best game yesterday came in his second encounter of the day. 101.79 in a
43.
4-1 win against Colin Osborne. The middle part of the day was very fruitful for Robert on day one, but the end to proceedings, well, it just didn't
100.
work out for him. It didn't work out at the start of today either for the Fawn. But he's trying his hardest to try and arrest that side, and Kieran himself
Robert, you require 97.
trying his best to get that first win on the board. Double-double.
77.
Wasn't quite toil and
Kieran, you
trouble for the
require
Scots.
94.
That was more McMiss.
As was that for Kieran Smith.
30. Robert, you require 20.
To take out the opening leg, double five. And it's just opened up an opportunity here for Smith to obtain the break
16.
in the opening leg. A
Kieran,
break
you
that
require 64.
he needs at some point if he's to go on and win this match. Another for the double.
32.
Doesn't quite go though.
Robert, you require 4.
So 2 twos
Game
for
shot on the
1-0
first leg,
in the
Robert
Fawn's favour.
Thornton.
And you can tell that he's still a little bit annoyed.
Yeah, it's a frustrated
Second
figure up
leg,
there,
it's
isn't he?
Kieran to throw first.
I don't know
Game
whether
on.
he's frustrated that he didn't start well this morning. Groeneveld,
45.
big winner in that one, 4-1. I know Groeneveld's
100.
little county, they're all watching at home. They've got a live chat going. I'm well informed from our dear friend. I don't know how to pronounce it right. I think it's Flacker Darts Federation
100.
is where Groeneveld plays his darts in his counties.
Oh, I'm glad you didn't mispronounce that.
I was
40.
very careful that I didn't have a mouthful of peanuts when I said it. You're absolutely right. So he's got some home support, and they would have loved the fact that he turned Thornton over this morning, 4-1.
58. $43. $100. 83.
Well, Smith here has got a couple of visits to square this game up at one apiece. And he's going about his business quite precociously.
100.
Ton leads him a 98.
$140. Kieran, you require 98.
For a level match. Double 19. Doesn't go. It would have been his
82. Robert, you require 95.
biggest finish of the week.
It's just not miles away from stuff, Kieran Smith. It's just not quite going his way.
21. Kieran, you require 16.
It's double 8. How awkward is that?
No
Very.
score.
That is the answer.
Robert,
Yeah, you
require
answered your own question.
74.
Thornton here doesn't usually take too many opportunities once you offer them.
35.
Oh, dragged into the one there. You
Kieran,
can
you
see he had to go
require
across the
16.
hockey because the first one was way too high and blocked the treble 20. So Smith back for double 8. And once again, he's all
Shot
over it
on the
like a
second
rash. He
leg,
gets in with
Kieran
the second
Smith.
one.
Third leg, it's Robert to
All
throw
square.
first.
1-1.
Game on.
Robert's going to be livid with himself about what's happened so far this
140.
morning. He's just so out of character of a man that we hold such high regard and thus such high expectations for.
140.
But Robert's one of those characters where he'll be the first to
60.
give an honest account about how a day goes, whether it be for positive or negative reasons. Not one that shirks behind the cloak
100.
of responsibility.
No, never has, never will.
100. 100.
Smith here will just begin to sense that there's an opportunity arising for him in this match.
Yeah, I'm a firm believer. If he can just break
57.
that duck
Kieran, you require
and win a game, I
161.
just think we're going to see a different Kieran Smith. I really do.
And you get the sense that the way this game is going, this is probably the best opportunity he's had so far this week to do exactly that.
99. Robert, you require 144.
7.62 for the break. If this doesn't go, and it won't go for Thornton, but he's going to apply pressure.
82. Kieran, you require
Both on 62, but Smith has taken the darts, and so he's going to get the first poke at it. Well, stay there. Gives himself a dart at double 16.
30.
And it doesn't go.
Robert, you require 62.
This is a hole that'll feel like a break if Thornton pins this. To feel like a steal of a leg in his favour. Double 9.
53.
Goes inside.
Kieran, you require 32. 16.
Once again, that
Robert,
dart
you
at the
require
bottom
9.
side of that double 16 just proves to be so awkward for Smith.
2 2s.
Game shot on
For
the third
2-1.
leg. Robert Thornton.
And Thornton leads this match, and Kieran Smith will feel crestfallen
Fourth leg.
because
It's Kieran
he
to
knows
throw
that he
first.
should be leading this
Game
game.
on.
Win for Thornton puts him on to 8 points, but the issue that he has
50.
is the legs difference. Groeneveld on plus 12, Tingstrom on plus 13. As things stand, Thornton's on
85.
plus 1. And so that is a gap to bridge.
60.
Yeah, it is, and it's as big as a point, isn't it? Those leg differences, we're aware of it when you're playing. and you come back in and just try to keep your eye on it, and then you
45.
start going out thinking, well, I need a 4-0 here, and then you lose a leg early doors, and then all of a sudden that 4-0 that you've been thinking about doesn't come, and before you know it, the game's got away from you. You've not actually
96.
concentrated on winning the game. You've actually concentrated on trying to do a leg difference, and you've lost it. So you have got to be careful what you pick up out in that back
40.
room when the table's up on the screen, and what you actually make of it. You've got to break it down a little bit more and not think too far ahead.
Paul Nicholson has a phrase which I think is perfectly put in terms of
60.
summarising the group scenario. Win big, lose small. It's the most vital key in the cog towards success. If you're going to lose, limit the damage. Make it 4-3, 4-2. Because if you
22.
rally off 4-1 and 4-0 defeats, you suddenly find yourself in a whirl.
$59. $24.
It's just not got going yet.
$100.
Smith's going to come back for 76 to square this game up at 2-2. Maybe this is more like it.
100.
Maybe that's more like it from Thornton.
Looks at the darts and the boards and just say, well, where does that come from?
Two eights for 2-2.
Robert,
And
you
again,
require
Smith all over it, but he's
105.
got to take those chances.
Treble 15 for tops.
65.
Kieran's
Kieran, you
heart would have been in
require
his mouth
8.
right there. Should be leading this game. You feel like this should be for 3-1, but this is just a square up.
Game
If
shot on
you
the
didn't
fourth
take that
flag,
double two,
Kieran
it could have been
Smith.
3-1 down. But we have a level game. That's all that matters here. Thornton 2, Smith 2.
Fifth flag, it's Robert to throw first. Game on. $140.
Do get in touch with us in the YouTube chat room. We will have a look at some of the questions that you have on there.
60.
A lot of the Dutch contingent tuning in now. I'll be honest,
93.
my Dutch isn't the world's best, so I'll have to probably use Google Translate for some of these.
43.
Thank you, though, wherever you are tuning in around the world.
58.
So I've had to do some Google Translate from HJ. It's not 100% translatable, but that Thornton participated in the Premier League not so
58.
long ago. Right, is how it translated from English. I know it would make more constructive sense in German. Yeah, he last appeared in the Premier League back in 2016. And I'm sure that was the year of
118.
where he infamously bowled over the stage against Philip Douglas Taylor. Won the World Grand Prix in
56.
2015, which afforded
Robert,
him that
you require
appearance in
92.
2016. And this 92 for 3-2, and he's got time to turn this game on its head. Went double-double because of the luxury of time that he had.
56.
Yeah, went back the traditional way and nailed the 36 that way. So
100. Robert, you require 36. Game shot on the fifth flag, Robert Thornton.
and then goes and hits the double 18 that he can't hit double on. This game is crazy, isn't it?
Sixth flag, it's Kieran to
You
throw
just
first.
cannot make it up at
Game
times.
on.
And that must be exactly what Thornton's thinking right now.
96.
It can only be described as a topsy-turvy game here for Thornton.
45.
10 more games after this one. We're a third of the way through the action.
96. 140.
140 could well just turn this leg in its favour, in his favour, should I say. However, there is a Smith counter.
139.
And Lee is himself on the fish to send us all the way. Maxi. And Lee's Thornton on a finish now as well.
Of course it was going to be a match. You called it.
He's going to hit the fish. No, he's not.
Nice try, though. I see what you did there.
83. Robert, you require 136.
Well, this is for the match. But he's not going to take out the 136. And so Smith is going to return for 87 to
78.
take us the distance.
Kieran, you require 87.
20 and ball. Well, it doesn't even get that. And Thornton's going to come back for a 4-2 win.
47. Robert, you require 58.
So it's Thornton for 58 to take the match.
Game
Tops
shot
is on
and
a
match.
string
Robert
for Thornton
Thornton.
at usual times. He's not been his best here at this one, Robert Thornton, but he'd be happy to have picked up a couple of points and added it to the table. Kieran Smith again looked promising. Fluffed his lines on a couple of occasions and it's cost him. Here are the averages. 78 for Thornton. 3 180s in that as well. That's the unusual one. 33% on the checkout. So nothing's not too bad here. It's just the consistency for Thornton. But we're going to head off to a short break and we'll be back with Colin Osborne against Victor Tingstrom.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Robert Thornton got the better of Kieran Smith by 4 legs to 2. Thornton hitting 3 maximums, 4 from 12 on the doubles. Next up for us, it's Colin Osborne and Victor Tingstrom in action. Tingstrom, who started the day with a 4-1 win over Kieran Smith, wasn't at his Rip Roaring best, but managed to get over the line up against Colin Osborne, who you think, Scott, may just let out a little bit of tension in this game, and as a result, we may see some good stuff from.
Yeah, I'm hoping so. I think he'll look at the table now and feel that a lot of results have got to go his way to even get close to the top of challenging
83.
these players. And the only way that you're going to do that is to stop the guys at the top. So this is an opportunity for him to halt Victor's charge at the top of the table and
60.
do something about it himself. So I know it sounds really strange, but the pressure's not on Colin here. All the pressure is on Victor here to try and maintain his position. So Colin can come and throw with a certain element
100.
of freedom and treat it a little bit like a practice match and just come here and throw his best and, you know, do a mid-90 to 100 average. We'll wait and see, but I think that's how I would
93.
approach it mentally.
And I think Colin knows that realistically, yes, there's still an outside chance, but realistically, he now needs to focus his attention on making sure he gets through to
66.
Group B on Thursday and Friday, which actually, when you look at the tape and the way things have gone today, you'll probably look at and think, is that attainable? Yes, Thornton's on 8 points, but he isn't playing anywhere near the type of level that we come to expect from him. Whitehead's on 6. And if he can win this one, he will move on to 6.
And we're forgetting that the financial implications of it
58.
and which position you finish in the table now dictates what you earn. So, you know, nobody wants to go and finish bottom and earn the bottom money. So he's got to go out there now and try and make inroads into the table. Even if he can't make it to the top, it's very important for him financially to do that.
And Group A now, winning Group A has the biggest monetary value in terms of prize money outside of a Saturday. In the past, players
118.
received a flat rate fee per day, regardless of the group that they're in, regardless of the position they finished in. So players who win Group A will win
57.
double the money the player who finished
Colin, you
second
require
and more than the money that
76.
anybody would accrue from playing in Groups B and C. And that's a huge carrot dangle for the players. 88. 1-0 Osborne.
First leg, Colin Osborne.
And I think it adds a couple of layers, Scott. It adds A, that layer of integrity, and B, it also
Second
means
leg,
that
it's Victor to
when it
throw
comes
first.
to Group A,
Game on.
us as selectors here at the Super Series have got to look at it and think, right, who are the best suited players for Group A? Because you're going to have a financial addition to winning Group A, which is so seismic that ADC qualifiers get their automatic patch because they've won their way here. And now the automatic qualifiers now have to do something of some significance either here or in other arenas to justify their pick.
Yeah,
60.
absolutely. No truer word spoken, Henry. And I think as a dart player, I'm one of those guys who feels that you get me in the room and I'll try and earn my money. I'm not after trying to make masses of money from sponsorship or whatever. I just need to get into that room and I'll make my money, and I believe in my ability, and that's exactly
100.
the way that the new structure works here. You know, it's different to how it was. So yeah, not everybody likes change, but
65.
if you believe in yourself, you won't look at that money at the bottom end of the table. You'll be looking at the stuff at the top end of the table thinking, hey, I want a piece of this, and that's how you've got to play this Group A. There's no two ways about it.
And this product's evolved as well from where we were at the start of the process, where 3 years ago when we started in Southampton, that appearance money was there to ensure that there was player security during COVID.
133.
Whereas now this is a big tournament in its own right.
Absolutely. It was different times then. It was very different times then. And I think we found probably a happy medium
41.
with it here now.
Victory requires 66.
Tingstrom 66 went for the 14s. It smacked out of the treble. So now he's left with only one option. That's 16 ball, but he's found the treble, and so double 9
on a
to
second
level
leg,
up at 1-1. He got there in the
Tingstrom.
end.
And great composure on the way as well. Easiest thing to have done then
Third leg,
was
it's
to have
Colin
watched
throw
that dart
first.
to the floor and then
Game
been
on.
negative about every single your 2 darts after that. He didn't. He took his time. He took his time. He had a look. Had a little thought.
60.
Decided where he was going to go. He didn't just throw rapidly at the 16 because you risk them missing the 16 for the ball. He took his time, evaluated the situation, and then delivered.
57.
Well done, young man.
We're learning a lot about Victor so far, and I think a lot of our learnings have been very positive. I think the one
60.
thing we will truly find out about Victor, and we'll find out as time goes along, as the week goes along, is how he deals with that little bit of adversity, which he so far hasn't really had to have dealt with
99.
thus far.
No, absolutely. And he just comes across a very confident man in his game, and he doesn't bring his trumpet with him and blow it.
85.
He just gets on there and shows you what he's going to do. There's lots of trumpet blowers out there within the darts game, and sometimes they've got to blow their trumpet
134.
and not actually perform on the board to make people think they're doing it. But that's not the case with this young man from Sweden.
I'm actually grade 2 trained in trumpet. Probably not a
96.
surprise.
Yeah, I'm grade 1 trained in headbanging, and I'll get hold of the back of your head in a minute.
You'll have to get through the queue.
99.
Don't you worry, Henry. I'll fight him off to get there first. No, absolutely. And Osborne here.
45.
Oh, just went up on his
Victory
tippy toes to
required
try and float one over the
112.
top, and it drifted into the 5s again, which has been the story of his day so far.
92 left. Try to find some room in the treble to leave double 16. Osborne's going to return for
88. Colin, you require
155 to make it 2-1. And if he doesn't, his throw is under the most severest of threats. Treble 19 would have left the subsequent double. So Tingstrom back for the break, double 12.
123. Victor, you require 24.
So pressure asserted, but Tingstrom
Game's on a
hasn't fell
third
for that
leg. Victor Tingstrom.
yesterday, and he hasn't fell for it today so far. Once again,
Fourth leg,
positivity
it's Victor to throw
oozing
first. Game on.
out of Tingstrom, and Osborne's just not hitting the lipstick like he usually does when he comes here. He usually commands
85.
games with his scoring, and he just hasn't quite found his scoring boots yet this week.
Very interesting, because when he looked back at Q score, he was so close to
60.
getting his tour card. Missed out by the odd point here and there. Played at the double start tournament that we had here, the special week. Didn't
60.
qualify through to the Saturday, but he was put in a tough group. The players that were picked, it was a very tough lineup. And I think there was a quiet expectation that even if he wasn't going to win the group, that he was going to make some real inroads this week.
93.
But it hasn't quite happened up to press.
No, it hasn't, and there'll be nobody more
58.
disappointed about that than Colin, I can tell you. And there's a nice 180 from Osborne. Leaves him on a bogey, but nothing he could do about that once he'd thrown the second dart in that direction.
58.
Well, Osborne in a good suit and position here to square up at 2-2.
$80.
Yeah, big last dart. Big last dart there. You'd back him to make the throw unless a 180 comes here from Tingstrom.
100. Colin, you require 88.
Well, this for a level match. Double 14. Now down for double 7.
74.
But it's not quite pinned, and so
Victor, you
Tingstrom
require
140 for a 3-1
140.
advantage. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. Not to be this time.
60.
So Osborne's going to get another go to
Colin,
level
you
up at 2
require
apiece. And
14.
Groeneveld will be looking at this with, well, tinted glasses on. Double 2.
Game shot on a
And a level
full
game we
flag.
have.
Colin Osborne.
Nicely done, because he only just hit the big 3. It was right close to that 17 and
Fifth
3
flag. It's
wire.
Colin to throw first.
And sometimes a younger player will then not go and hit the double 2, but Osborne knew what he needed. And now here we go again.
140.
Momentum swing. Has it gone Osborne's way? We will know in 6 or 8 darts time.
This game has just felt hard work, really, but
140.
maybe now it's just beginning to come up to the boil. Have a look at the actions of the two players. The Osborne throw, so reminiscent over the years. But let's have a look at the action of Victor. Not really much that can go wrong with it.
Just a little dip in the throw, isn't there, before the release?
108.
It comes back, goes forward a little bit, goes back again, and as we see, it's successful.
125.
And that almost was as well, but Tingstrom's threatened the break if Osborne doesn't take out the 141.
$44. Colin, you
Just a
require
little dip in the throw there from
141.
Tingstrom to stop him throwing it too quickly.
141 for 3-2 lead for Osborne. Isn't going to go, and so Tingstrom 137 to put himself a leg away from victory, and he would throw for it in the
65.
next as well.
Victor, you require 137.
This looks like a 57 tops attempt. It's not gone that way. 98, is he going to see it off with an 18? With the 60 block, he had no real
Colin,
choice.
you require 76.
So 76 for 3-2. 16 at tops. Advantage
shot on the fifth
Osborne.
flag,
And how many
Colin
times
Osborne.
today when he's had one dart in hand at the end of a visit and a combination has Osborne pinned it? 3-2 he leads.
Sixth flag. It's Victor to throw first.
Yeah, great spot. He does, and
Game on.
sometimes with 3 in his hand, it can be his nemesis. And that's quite often, it is a case for a lot of players.
59.
You know, sometimes as part of a combination, they will hit those shots, and then you get the next leg, they've got 3 in hand, and they can't manage to hit one double. I know I'm a absolute
41.
victim of that. I do that quite often. It's nothing more frustrating than shooting a 120 with 3 darts in your hand and double top last throw, and then having 3 darts at 32 the next leg and missing it and losing the leg.
20.
It's crazy, but it happens.
Is Victor Tingstrom having a competition with himself to see how close the bounce out will go to actually hurting him? Have we got a medic in the building?
85.
Well, if he wants to get hurt with them darts, he just needs to stand there, and I can probably find somebody that will throw them straight at them. If that's what he wants. But I think it's to do with the angle that his dart hits the board, and
100.
he does throw them. They stay thrown, don't they? The speed, his hand speed is very quick on the release of the dart, so it's going a few mile an hour quicker than most other players throw at the board. And I think when you do,
140.
or you are unfortunate to have what we call a genuine bounce out off of these blade wires,
Jesus,
he's
it's
done it
happened
again.
again.
He's done it again, and once more his opponent has picked the dart up for him. He's going to look down and look for the dart, and Colin's got it in his hand.
Well, you speak about players stealing the darts. Colin Osborne quite literally did.
But that's just a genuine bounce out, and it's just the angle that he throws, the height that he is, the pace that he throws the dart at, the speed that it hits the board. And if it hits those at the right
100.
angle, it's going to come back straight at you. Our referee, Jack, now must be on tenterhooks, because it could go his direction as well, you know.
81.
Well, at least he didn't have a bounce out there.
Colin, you require 135.
I see Jack's got his safety specs on as well, which is always a good thing.
Well, this is for the match. Double 12. Would have sealed it in
111.
Sadial and it bent the wire.
$140. Colin, you require.
And that's what he can
24.
do when they all stay in the board, Henry.
For the match. 2 6s. Doesn't
12.
go, and Tingstrom could take us all the
Victory
way.
require 62.
I don't like to say commentator's curse, but I did say that he has that as a little trait. It's part of his game.
Double 16. And we
Shot
go
on a sick
all
leg,
the way
Victor Tingstrom.
for the first time today. Osborne and Tingstrom take us to leg 7, and it is
final
Osborne who
leg.
has the
It's Colin
advantage
to
of
throw
throw,
first.
who's already
Game
spurned
on.
4 match darts.
I'm looking at the stats here. Tingstrom's on 100% on his double checkout.
45.
So that's 3 from 3. We should have seen that coming.
There's Osborne 3 from 11 when it's come to the finishing. That has been his undoing.
94. $100. $57.
This is now become a bit of a edgy, touchy-feely last leg, hasn't it, as a decider?
85.
Somebody's got to grab this leg by the scruff of the neck and make it happen.
$58.
And you feel like it's Colin now who holds all the aces.
$58.
He holds the aces, but Tingstrom
124.
is holding the straight flush. He's fluffed his lines there with the last dart, but mainly because it hasn't left him a double. So Osborne still has a chance here.
Well, he attacked the treble and paid the price
45.
there, didn't he? But he's going to get away with it because Osborne's had a mathematical meltdown at the worst possible time.
58.
Tingstrom's going to be first to a finish. Osborne looking to set up.
Mentally, he's got to forget that now. He's got to forget that he left himself on a bogey. He's got to go and sort it out. And usually when you leave yourself on a bogey, you hit 2 trebles with the first 2 darts.
128. Victor, you require 110.
Leaves himself on tops if this doesn't go. This could be a key moment. It'll move Tingstrom on to 12 points in the group. It would mean that we've got 2 co-leaders still. Huge dart. Huge moment. Double 18 for Victor Tingstrom.
92.
Doesn't go. And now Osborne's
you
going to get
require
more match
40.
darts. He's already missed 4 of them in this game.
Game shot.
So it's Osborne.
Colin
Hits tops and
Osborne.
comes through a very topsy-turvy game. Tingstrom will go on to fight another day, but Osborne needed something to kickstart him, and beating one of the table toppers is one of those things that can do that. A mid-80s game there. Couple of 180s for Tingstrom, but that wasn't quite enough. He just didn't turn the darts over and then hold his own throw. We'll be off to a short break now, and we'll be back with Kieran Smith against Conan Whitehead.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we are 2 rounds down for the action as far as Tuesday in Group A is concerned. This is what we've seen so far, and so far, so good for the top 2, Colin Groeneveld and Victor Tingstrom. But before the break, Colin Osborne put pay to there being a 2-way tie at the top of the table, beating the Swede by 4 legs to 3. And so this is how the table looks as a consequence of it. Groeneveld now with a 2-point lead at the top of the table from Tingstrom in second, Thornton in third place on 8 points, and that's despite not playing anywhere near his best. Whitehead, Osborne and Smith are in the bottom 3 positions. So round 3 is about to begin with Kieran Smith taking on Conan Whitehead. For Conan, well, the performance levels were really good last time out. He lost 4-2 to Colin Groeneveld despite averaging 92.16, was 100% on the doubling up against Kieran, who is still for having his struggles. Missed a plethora of darts in that game against Thornton, in a game that he probably felt was one that he should have got a win in. And probably the first time this week he would have come off the stage thinking, I should have got the points there.
Yeah, totally agree. He had that game in his hand. He had Thornton where he wanted him, and there was a spell in the middle there where I think he missed a 76 shot that would have turned the game on its head, and he was unable to complete that, Smith. But now he's got to start concentrating and not overthinking whether he's got the darts or not. He's just got to string legs together. He's got to win legs and then string them together. It's all about little steps. When you're struggling, it's all about little steps and little things and making moves. And
100.
Would I be right in saying Conan's changed back his darts again?
He's definitely changed the flight and stem. Let's have 96. A look at the actual barrel and point itself. More the point we want to look at. It looks like the point and the whole dart has changed once more.
Absolutely it has. It's not 96. The same dart. The other points had more silver on, coming back up where it meets the barrel. These are the other way round.
58.
There's silver on the point. As it enters the board, and nicely done there.
174.
From Conan. Looks a little bit more relaxed in this one, doesn't he, Conan?
100. Sort of Conan, you require 131.
An air of it being a practice match.
$91.
So Whitehead leads tops after 12 to take out the first leg against throw.
140.
Smith exerts some pressure.
Game shot on the first leg, Conan Whitehead.
Conan having none of it.
He's by a leg to nil. You can keep in touch with our coverage throughout the course of the day
via
our social media feeds on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, at MSS Darts. As Whitehead piles in his first max of the match.
It's actually his 5th of the day.
59.
His 16th in 2 days, so the 180s are not being a problem for Conan.
95. 100. 40. 45. 50. 140. Conan, you require 136.
Gets himself back in it, Smith, with that 140, but Conan, will he go 16s or will he stay where 96. He is? Yeah, he's gone 16s. It would have been risky to go for another 20, the way that his dart sit in that angle. So did the right thing. Tops for Smith.
117.
On the wire.
Conan, you require
So
40.
close, yet so far. Whitehead for 2-0. Tops. Can he just drift it below? No,
No
is
score.
the answer for Co.
Kieran, you require 40.
Kieran, who's battled to get this chance, has now got to start hitting these doubles.
Game shot on a second
Nicely
leg.
done.
Kieran Smith.
Nicely done. Just when we all thought, oh no, he's having problems again.
Third leg, it's Kieran to
Out
throw
he goes,
first.
and it's a breaker throw. But
Game on.
we all know with a breaker throw, it doesn't count as a break until you hold your own.
90. $24. $96.
I think Smith's running a little bit quicker here and finding a little bit more success. Well, I think in previous games he's been
108.
picking each dart and not really finding any rhythm between them. Just as you feel he's doing okay, Conan goes and jumps on another
58.
one of his notorious 180s.
Is that a case of him maybe settling down on the stage a little bit more?
Yeah, let's hope so. You know, nobody wants to see anybody not win games up here. And
83.
we know that he has the capabilities. We know that he's supposed to be here. He's won his way here. So here we go again.
140.
I think you could be right, Henry. He's starting to find his feet.
Well, he grazed the wire
92.
on the 157 on top.
Kieran,
What can
you
he do with the
require
117 here?
117.
Chuba 19 would have given him a dart at tops. Whitehead 1-2-2 for the break. And a
77.
2-1 lead, and this
Conan,
would
you
hurt
require
Kieran if this goes.
122.
It would be an absolute kick in the teeth, but Whitehead isn't going to find the trouble that he needed for a poke of the
90.
ball.
Kieran, you require
But this is going to have
40.
to go because Whitehead's on a double. Double 10. Oh, he thought it was in. Hang back. Hang back.
No score.
Oh.
Conan, you require 32.
And once
Shot
again,
on a third leg.
it's been
Conan
unfortunate. Conan Whitehead absolutely
Whitehead. Fourth leg, it's
not
Conan to
bothered
throw
in the
first.
slightest about the pain
Game
that
on.
Kieran Smith is going through, and smacks the double.
Barbaric from the Barbarian.
125. $100. $121.
I feel that Kieran
60.
Smith's got to get that first dart right. He blocks himself a lot with that first dart and not quite throwing it above the treble 20 in a position it needs to be able to
121.
use it. It's all about getting that first dart right.
Bit like that. Just couldn't quite use it on that occasion.
100. Conan, you require
Conan here for 3-1, 134. Tops. Was the play. But the first one
94.
sifted well low. Tops after 12, though.
It was a half-hearted attempt, wasn't it? Didn't want to do anything silly.
59. Conan, you
Move
require
himself
40.
3-1 to the good. Can you just
Game
put
shot
it
on
in
a
below?
fourth
Yes, is
leg,
the
Conan
answer. One up,
Whitehead.
one in. 3-1 Whitehead with a 14 dart leg.
Fifth leg, it's Kieran to throw first. Game on.
So what's going through Kieran's head here is he's played all right. And once again, he's not winning legs when he's had the chance.
43.
But it's that old adage as well. When you're seen at the bottom of the group, everybody else in the group sees you as points for them on the board, and they play you slightly differently and don't miss a lot. And
97.
this is what's happening. But he hasn't helped himself at times. You've got to hit those 3 darts at a double. We all know that. We don't always do it. And it's always highlighted more
84.
when you're playing on the telly box here at the live lounge.
Yeah, the eyes of the darting world are very much watching. Well, Conan's got this real
29.
determination in the back of his mind to be a 2-time winner of this particular competition. First ever champion. He'd like to put the proverbial
83.
second star on the shirt. It's a competition he's so proud of winning, and a competition he's so proud to be a part of the history of.
137.
And I think he feels that this win, when he won it back in October 2022, is a real justification for the career that he's had.
93. Kieran, you require 142.
142 here for Smith then.
102.
Nicely set up, so he will return. Will 3 darts in his hand at a double be his Achilles heel again? We will find out in just a
53.
few seconds.
Kieran, you require 40.
To keep this game ticking along. Tots for Smith. Beautiful guide.
Game shot on a 5th flag.
3-2 it is,
Kieran
and now
Smith.
Whitehead will throw for it.
Now, had he hit that with 3
Sick
darts a
flag,
leg
it's
before,
Conan
he
to
would now
throw
be 3-2
first.
up. And all the
Game
pressure
on.
on Conan. And this is what where the very fine lines are in this game.
Well, the margins are much smaller now for Kieran than they were on day one. There is a sizable
40.
improvement from day one to day two. There's no doubt about that. And that's what you can ask of a player to improve as time goes along. And look, he would have been the
42.
first to have realised the reality of the task that was at hand for him this week. And whatever he did overnight is seemingly working because he
60.
has got better. Hasn't quite corresponded into results yet, but you can tell the performances have improved. And it's all about peaking himself now for Thursday. Probably going to be Group C for him. But when it gets to that scenario,
100.
making sure he's in the best possible suit to really go and attack it.
Yeah, he's running out of games for it to be any different than Group C, isn't he? And the fact that he's not winning
95.
games. Good visit here.
137.
Will keep Conan under pressure, and that's exactly what he's done. He hasn't quite turned the darts around, but it's much more
93.
promising from Smith.
Well, he's taken the darts in this 6th leg, is Kieran. And now hoping to really make use of that
100.
advantage. Tun leaves himself on 1-2-2. Conan's thinking 2 trebles here to leave himself on a 2-darter.
59.
It's a little snatchy, that last
Kieran,
dart
you
of Smith.
require
That was my worry.
122.
If he snatches here, they'll be in the 4 before he's in the 18, but that's a good dart.
Bull. Doesn't go.
88. Conan, you require 154.
This would be some way to seal it. Some way to win it. And that probably would have been one punch too many for Kieran Smith.
114. Kieran, you require 34.
Has to go straight at it now.
Has to look over to the right-hand side. It's exactly what he did. It's just a bit
18.
too high.
Conan, you
And
require
so Whitehead
40.
tots for the match. Double 10.
Game
It's a
shot
win for
and the match.
Whitehead.
Conan Whitehead.
And it moves him on to 8 points. It just keeps him on the outside of the equation. He beats Kieran Smith by 4 legs to 2. He had opportunities to take us all the way, and Conan having a chat with the referee, Jack Garwood, about something. All good-natured. 88.16 the average. Much improved performance there from Kieran Smith, but it's the 10 missed darts at a double that came to his undoing in the end. Whitehead a 4-2 victor in that particular contest. Game 7 come and gone. With the halfway point of the day, Groeneveld against Osborne is after this short transmissional break.
Well, if you only just joined us, welcome back. We bring you, our last game was a bit of a ripper, and kind of Whitehead got the better of Kieran Smith 4-2. Kieran Smith showed flashes more of what he can do, but still couldn't get over the line. But the game we bring you now is our table topper, Cornet Groeneveld. He takes on Colin Osborne. Osborne won his last game out 4-2 over Victor Tingstrom, and that had an effect on the top of the table because Tingstrom was right there with Groeneveld, and Groeneveld now has a chance to stretch his lead at the top of the table by turning over the wizard. He has the darts, he has the talent. Do we think he can do it, Henry?
Well, on the basis of that, he's going to give himself the best possible chance. For Osborne, it's been a case of unpredictability for him so far this week. We've seen flashes like this, but then there's been moments where inconsistency has crept in.
40.
Well, has Osborne got his mojo back by beating Tingstrom? Has he got the bee in his bonnet?
100.
He's throwing a little quicker than we've seen him. Sometimes that can be the case, and
125.
sometimes that can suit your opponent, and we know the Dutch players do like to get on with it, don't they?
Sometimes it just takes that one win, doesn't it? Just to get you going. And it may have just done so for Osborne. He averaged 83.97, 4 from 12 on the doubles in that game against Tingstrom. Won it in the last leg decider.
140.
And now it looks a real completely different proposition. 81 after 9 against the darts.
Yeah, and there's a hell of a flow to this game early doors already, and double 13 for Osborne, and
shot
wow.
On the first leg, Colin Osborne.
What a breaker throw that was. in 12 darts.
Second leg, it's Colin to throw
180,
first.
100, 140, 81. And on the double 13 as well, not the conventional way. I think we can quite clearly
42.
say that Osborne's had enough of not being able to score, because that's what he's not been doing. It's just the middle part of the game he's been losing out.
108.
And that is Corny saying, I'm going nowhere, Colin. You don't frighten me.
Well, he stood up to every single challenge this week, square in the
121.
face.
All the guys at the Flacky Darts Federation would have enjoyed that one. Watching from his county province
140.
in Holland, all tune in to keep an eye on their man Groeneveld and what he's doing.
Oh, what a game this is beginning to turn into, Scott.
100.
It is. Middle harness will be going crazy out there where he's from.
60.
He's left himself on 1-2-1 after 9. Osborne looking to keep close check. He'll be for the break back.
100. Corner, you
Finds
require
a time to leave himself on
121.
something if this doesn't go. Treble 17 would have left the bull's eye. Osborne 138, and he's
85.
going to have to take it out with
Colin,
Groeneveld
you
back
require
on
138.
his favourite double 18 if he returns. And he is going to come back to square this game up. It was a 12 darter for Osborne to win the first leg.
44. Corner, you
Groeneveld
require 36.
double 18 for
Game
14
start
darts
of
to
second
win leg 2.
Corner, Groeneveld.
I really like that. I really like that. To bounce back just like that from the Osborne
leg,
12
it's Cornet to
darter,
throw
I really
first.
like what
Game
I'm
on.
seeing with Cornet.
Well, that's the tail of the tape after a couple of legs.
140.
Spellbindingly good. You can almost say wizard-like.
180.
Look at those averages, 112 and 108. We're only a couple of legs in,
96.
but wow. The pace is suited each other's game here. It really is.
When each leg, a player has
46.
kick-started it with a max in this game.
$98.
There's Groeneveld too, is threatening the first hold of the contest. And he's going to get 6 on
11.
167.
Corner,
put
you
himself
require
2 onto the good.
167.
I like that also. Takes a step back, has another look. Oh, he's got to go for it, surely.
142.
How tight was that? Flight came off, another sit-up. That counts as, don't forget, ladies and gentlemen.
So Groeneveld to put himself back in front at
81.
2-1, and he's got all the time that he
25.
wants. Osborne's found a bit of an off-leg here.
No
But he's
score.
burst the score straight into the treble 14. That was a bit of a slip, but it's not one that's going to prove costly now, at least.
Where he stood back and had a look at the 167, he rather rushed that one in to get at the 25, didn't he? Let's see what he does this time round. See if he's learned.
77. Corner, you require 25.
Well, he slipped again, but this time he's going to get a dart at double 4. He's moved
21.
inside, and
Colin, you require 106.
I'd just like to have seen him step back and take a split second, because Osborne, he loves this sort of shot. Double 13 again for Osborne.
Game shot on a third leg.
And that's
Colin Osborne.
exactly what I was trying to say. You must not give him a chance.
Fourth leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
And Osborne sat there on 100% of his doubles for his 2 legs, and both
93.
on the very untraditional double 13.
his third ton plus checkout of the day. He had 2 in the game to beat Conan Whitehead earlier on this
60.
morning. Very seldom that players win every leg in a match with the same double.
60.
By and large, if it does happen, it happens on like tops, 10s, 16s or something like that. Something that breaks down.
It wouldn't happen on double 13, and you'd be stupid to suggest it, wouldn't you?
Well, I'm going to suggest it.
Well, you'd be stupid.
And what new have we learnt, Scott Mitchell?
Nothing.
40.
We've learnt that free-range eggs are the best in the world.
Oh, yes. If you weren't watching yesterday, my co-commentator
83.
bought me some delicious eggs from his farm. And boy, were they delicious.
90.
Bit of pepper on there, scrambled eggs and toast.
Absolutely. That's given you a spring in your step this morning, hasn't it, your omelette?
58.
No one's hoping that they'll be left with egg on their face at the end of this one.
We'll be prancing around here like a spring chicken in a minute.
54. Corner, you require 160.
This is an important setup here,
100.
and that's good.
Colin, you require 164.
But Osborne now with his confidence sky high. It's not going to be this time, but he'll be looking to hit a ton minimum to keep Groeneveld under pressure.
58. Corner, you require 60.
Well, it's still an opportunity if Groeneveld doesn't take this 60 out.
Game shot.
Well,
on the
forget
fourth
about
flag.
it.
Corner, Groeneveld.
Yeah, lovely Cornet, lovely. Just what he needed to do. A break doesn't count until you hold.
Fifth flag. It's corner.
He
to
didn't
throw
allow
first.
Colin Osborne to hold his
Game
throw.
And as we know, he would have gone single 20, treble 20, double 13 to have taken it out.
66.
He would have tried to have double 13, 3 on the trot. There's no two ways about it. So here's the
30.
power score. Stats. And you can see it's 9
85.
for Cornet and it's 8 there for Osborne. There's nothing in it. And the scoreboard at 2-2 suggests the very same.
134.
Both players are doing their bits in different categories.
Yeah, absolutely.
81.
Yeah, absolutely. The 140 stat for Cornet is 6 of those for him has been the difference and kept him in the game at moments where
123.
Osborne really has been splattering the treble 20.
59.
Hoping to be zooming his way in towards victory.
$100.
Tunley's on 114.
There's no two ways about it. Osborne has played more consistently at a quicker pace.
$43. Colin, you require
Just had a little thought there to see if he could leave what he needed.
This would hurt. This really would smart with Corney.
74. Corner, you require 167.
So Osborne will be back for yet another break
60.
of throw.
Colin, you require 40.
For 3-2. And to really hold the aces in this game. We'd vote for the match in the
Game
next.
shot on a fifth
And
flag.
Osborne, when
Colin
he's been
Osborne.
given opportunities on tops, has been fairly prolific today. And he's a leg away from a 4-2
Sixth
win, which
flag.
would see
It's
him
Colin
beat
to throw
both
first.
of the top 2 in the
Game
table
on.
in successive matches. And we'll put him on to 8 points. And we'll just keep the pack bunched up a little bit. With Tingstrom and Thornton to come next. That is going to be a huge game. Because Tingstrom could move on to 12. And if Groeneveld loses this
50.
game, you have the top 2 level on points again with a bit of a gap from those behind. Or if Thornton wins, then suddenly we've got a 3-horse race begin to emerge.
58.
Groenevald's next game, it should be stated, is against Kieran Smith in a couple of matches' time.
$96. 135.
I was just about to say he needs to find a couple treble visit here, and that's exactly what he's done. But all that has done is incited Osborne into doing exactly the same.
137.
And there you go.
$58.
Osborne now a couple of visits away, potentially.
83.
He's himself 135 upon his return. It's all about how handy Groeneveld can leave this. And he is going to leave it fairly handy too.
Colin, you require 135.
Got to go bullseye first here, surely. Yes, he has. It's treble 20 now. How do you hit that treble 20? The dart was sat lovely next to the bullseye for him to use, but he doesn't get to come
49.
back.
Cornet, you require 110.
So Cornet, you feel this has to go.
58. Colin, you require 86.
For the match, and it would mean that Osborne would have beaten each of the top two in his last two. And it would give the chasing pack a real sense of belief. The bullseye would have been to have
61.
closed it off for Colin.
Cornet, you require 52.
This is to take us all the way.
Game shot on the sixth flag.
Big
Groeneveld.
darts from Cornet. Once again, a break of throw.
Seventh and final leg. It's Cornet to throw first.
With all the breaks of throw we had, who wants to throw first in the last? Me, because I'll tell you why. Because I still believe I could hold my throw. That's why.
Well, Colin was chastising himself in the background. He knows he should be off the stage.
85.
Yeah, possibly should. And I keep looking back at that first leg. Cornet held his own throw that first leg.
81.
And Colin held his, and then it's been break of throws for the next 4 legs. And I'm wondering how big a hold that was for Cornet in that very first leg of this game.
60.
And how crucial it's going to be, and we'll find out in the next couple of minutes or so.
Well, it's as you were after 6 darts apiece, but that is a big visit, which just piles the pressure onto the Wizard.
Means the Wizard has to hit 1 minimum requirement here. Is he going to hit 2?
96.
Not quite to be. And now the ball is back in Groeneveld's court. He has to hit here.
60.
He had to hit a treble. Because Osborne here, a 140 or better. Oh.
81.
So 6 from here
160.
from Groeneveld, but you mustn't think like that as a dart player. That was safe darts,
60.
wasn't it? Or it could have been adrenaline-filled darts. When the adrenaline kicks you, you throw that sort of few millimeters above your target because you're throwing even harder than you usually do. Fascinating game, this.
99.
And it's going to have a fascinating crescendo. Osborne leaves 80, Groeneveld on a ton, but it's Groeneveld who steps up to the oche. Tops, decides to go the 16s route.
84.
Leaves himself on double
Colin, you
8.
require
If
80.
this doesn't go, Osborne, who's already had match opportunities, is going to come back for one more. And it's only going to be the solitary dart at tops. But he's been so good last dart in hand.
Game
And he
shot
is again.
and the match.
As Colin Osborne defeats each of the top 2 in his last 2 matches to put himself back in the persuasion, to put himself back in the equation. And it keeps everybody locked jammed back in. Osborne, a 4-3 victor, an 85.62 average, 4 from 6 on the doubles. It was a break athlon in the end, but it's that 106 which in the end kind of changed the whole complexion of the match. Osborne, a 4-3 victor against the Dutchman, Cornet Groeneveld. We're going to take a short break, and when we return, we're going to watch Victor Tingstrom up against Robert Thornton. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Colin Osborne got the better of Groeneveld in the last leg decider 4-3. It now means that the Wizard has beaten each of the top two in his last two matches, having beaten Victor Tingstrom the match before. The final game of the third round of fixtures for the day sees Robert Thornton in action up against Victor Tingstrom, a battle of Scotland and Sweden to round off affairs in the third round. For Victor, well, he'll be buoyed by that defeat for Cornet in the previous match. A win for the Swede, and he'd be level on points with his fellow ADC European qualifier. They'd both be on 12. Thornton, Whitehead, Osborne on 8, and Kieran Smith yet to get off the mark as far as today is concerned.
First leg, it's Victor to throw first. Game on.
Tingstrom with the darts.
Yeah, Victor would be the one in the back room
99.
hoping that Colin Osborne would go and do the same to Groeneveld than he did to
80.
himself, but it's all still wide open. It's pulled everybody back up to them as well. So rather than these two lads getting a bit of a head
58.
start on everybody and forging a gap, the old school are starting to claw them back in.
60.
Just want to have a look at Victor's point. One that's rather more textured as one is ejected out the
40.
board. One that's a little bit more textured and a couple more that are a bit more smooth, which is rather interesting.
51.
There's a bit more of a textured point. And you can see with the third one there, just a little bit more smooth.
100. $137.
Well, he set himself up perfectly there, leaves double 12 upon his return. And this is a big game. It tells us whether there's two horses in the race or whether there's more.
Required 32.
As Tingstrom comes back for double 16 to take the opening salvo in this match. He's not had fun on the southwest side of the board.
Game shot on
But
the
he's
first
found a
leg,
way in with the
Victor
last dart,
Tingstrom.
and it's a good find with the last dart. 1-0 Tingstrom.
Yeah, tidy.
Second leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Tidy finishing again from Tingstrom, which is what we've come to expect so far.
134.
And I suppose there's a different mindset from the foreign players coming over. They're coming
60.
over for a reason to try and earn some money, aren't they? So their mindset is to come here. They've come a long way. They've travelled a long way, and I know how that feels to travel to another country and then start playing. You don't want to let yourself down, and the people that help you get there let yourself down, your sponsors and everything. So there's a different mindset when you're travelling to when
140.
you're playing at home. It's quite strange to try and explain.
Feels a bit more business-like.
Yeah, very much so. It's a business. You spent so much
96.
money to come. The way I see it is you treat it as a business. You spent so much money or to travel and get there. You want to then try and earn that money back. It's the same as any business
108.
module is. You spend out the money and you want to try and earn more back. And this is how you have to see it as a dart player as well. It's a business module.
59. Victory require
You
121.
spend 250 quid, 300 quid going to a tournament. You want to be earning 500 to make it worthwhile to go.
57.
I'm just using that as
Robert,
an
you
example,
require
the figures, by the way,
116.
just to keep it interesting and easy to work out.
94 left for Robert, so may look at the 18s, does look at the
40.
18s, and so
Victory require
Tingstrom for the
64.
breaker throw and a 2-0 lead. 64 is what he wants, and he should get a dart now. He's going to get a dart, a double 16.
Game
to
shot on
make
the
it
second leg,
2-0.
Victor Tingstrom.
Averaging 93.8, 1 from 3 on the doubles. This is more like it from the Swede.
Third leg.
It
It's
seems
Victor
that
to
game
throw first.
against Osborne has been the wake-up call for him. It's just you're winning game after game, and sometimes you get a little bit too settled in your armchair, thinking, "Oh, it's just going to come to me, no problem. I'm up the
58.
top." You couldn't get further from the truth. You've got to work harder.
120.
It just feels like whatever could go wrong for Thornton here is going wrong for him.
Thornton didn't take the sit-up there. Jack took the sit-up for him.
99.
My dart players work as our gymnasium.
99.
I hear there's one or two that are in agreement with you, Scott. Although it is the changing face of the sport, a lot of players now, compared to
100.
times past, trying to get that balance a little bit better.
I wonder where you were going with that with me sat next to you.
46.
You did well. You finished it well.
So, in short, Scott Mitchell's not a gym lad then.
No, I put my boxing gloves back in my bag. You got yourself out of it. Well done, you.
41.
Thornton once again straying from the 20s. We just don't see this from him. He has such a good record here of making Saturday nights, and he usually just walks into the place and treats it like a practice day, and bump, 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 away
93.
we go. And very business-like. Oh, Robert's in the Saturday night final again. But it looks a bit different. He looks a different Thornton this week so far.
95.
But there were
Victory
signs in the middle of
required
yesterday that it was
110.
just going to be business as usual, but it just hasn't quite come to fruition.
54. Robert, you require 111.
Tops to turn the
Games on the
screw,
third leg,
and
Robert
that might
Thornton.
just light the fuse for Robert Thornton. A 111 is second ton topper
Fourth leg.
of
It's
the
Robert
day.
to throw first.
Brings it back to 2-1, and importantly as well, brings the game back on throw.
Game on.
And he is the type of player that one moment can really get him going.
125.
Look at the grit of the teeth there as he approached the board to retrieve his darts.
96.
Robert is incandescent right now, and he is trying to use that fury
80.
to get himself going. And if you're Victor watching on in the background, you're thinking, right,
140.
just get the job done, because the guy in the background is at war with himself, let alone against an opponent.
Absolutely, and you naturally, as an opponent, try to take it in, whether you like it or not. You take it in, and it can then start to affect your game. So what Victor has to do here is try to make sure that doesn't happen. And
174.
caught our cameraman out there. The natural way to go with two treble 19s was to have stayed there, and he caught our spotter out big
60.
time, but went up top and
Victor,
hit
you require 91.
treble 20 and sets himself up for this 91.
Which he starts the bullseye way. 49 scored.
59.
And so leaves himself on 32.
Robert's last
If he
score was
comes
60.
back, Robert scored 60 with his last turn. And so the scoreboard just needs a slight correction, which will be rectified in due course.
Robert, you require
And so Thornton,
136.
136 to square up at 2-2. Doesn't go, and so Tingstrom is going to come back. He's a
58.
little bit of extra time to compose
Victor, you require
for
32.
this Assaulter double 16.
Game shot on the
Pin
fourth
first
leg,
dart.
Victor
13 dart
Tingstrom.
break for Victor Tingstrom to lead 3-1.
fifth leg. It's Victor to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, good breaker throw as well from Victor.
$140. $41.
Victor here now has the game in the palm of his hands.
140.
A brace of 140s to open the leg has turned it right in his favour, and
28.
Thornton now, well, that was a bag of nails, wasn't it?
It feels like in this game the white flag is probably waved.
100.
What a leg this is. Ton 40 max. His average is just under 99. And Tingstrom here will return to the top of the group. Should he pin this 41? Put himself on the 12 points. He'll have a superior legs difference. Double 16. And Victor is the victor, and he is back to the top of the group. Tingstrom, too strong for Robert Thornton. A 96.67 average. And, well, I think he was just explaining his point to Jack Garwood, both literally and meteorically. 4-1, 96.67 the average, 4 from 7 when it came to the finishing. We're going to take a break, and we're going to watch Connie Groeneveld and Kieran Smith after this. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have completed 3 rounds worth of play here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. This is what we've seen then so far. Before the break, we saw Victor Tingstrom get the better of Robert Thornton by 4 legs to 1. Elsewhere in this round, wins for Colin Osborne and Conan Whitehead, 4-3 and 4-2 respectively. So those are the results. Let's have a look and see what that does in terms of the table, because as you can see there, both Victor Tingstrom and Corny Groeneveld top of the pile, level on 12 points apiece, and there's a 4-point gap to those further back. Conan Whitehead, Robert Thornton and Colin Osborne respectively. Kieran Smith yet to get off the mark. Our 10th game sees Groeneveld and Smith go toe-to-toe, a battle of 2nd and 6th as far as the league table goes. Smith still searching for that first elusive win under the roof of the live lounge in Portsmouth. So Conor Groeneveld looking to come back from the disappointments of losing out in a last leg decider against Colin Osborne, who's done a lot of damage to the top 2 in the table and has just kept things a little bit more interesting than it could have been otherwise. Groeneveld with the darts.
To throw first.
And we'll go into this a significant favourite. What do we think of this one, Scott?
100.
Yeah, agree with that. I think he is absolutely the odds-on favourite here. I wouldn't bet a half P mojo against
58.
Groeneveld here. Those of you that aren't old enough to know what the half P mojo was, well, you're not old enough, so you don't know. I won't explain it. It was a little tune that was down the shop, and you could get 2 for a penny. That's how old I am.
Thank you for not explaining.
I know.
75.
It just made sense to explain it once I said I'm not going to. I'm a maverick commentator.
57.
If you're Maverick, then what on earth am I?
Well, leave it there. Let's get back to the game.
$100.
Depending on Cornet's mindset here, this could be the game that he wants after his loss.
140.
But also depending on Kieran Smith's mindset here, he's not going to be worried about where he gets his win. He just wants his win.
42. Cornet, you require 64.
So 64 for Cornet to take out the opening leg, double 8.
Game
For
shot on the
14
first
darts, so
leg,
that's some
Cornet
way to start and
Groeneveld.
some way to respond to the disappointments of last time out.
Emphatic and comprehensive, I think we call that.
Second leg, it's Kieran to throw first.
As a holder throw, they don't get better. It means your opponent's got to be out in 12.
$100.
Mind if you haven't done so already, to subscribe to the Super Series YouTube channel.
134.
Plenty of bonus content available on there. And there is plenty of added bonus. You can watch
96.
the best bullseye challenge yet, featuring Darryl Pilgrim and Tom Sites. You can watch that 9-dart shootout which we had on Saturday evening over on there as well, plus highlights of every single session. You can watch back Saturday night's final, both in full and with our highlights package on there. And if you've got a spare
69.
half hour or so, I really would tune into that highlights package of Saturday night. You will not regret it one single bit. Plus, you can watch our penalty shootout,
40.
which will get you in the mood ahead of a night of Champions League football, where Real Madrid take on Manchester City and Arsenal host Bayern Munich. Harry Kane returns to England for the first time since, well, for the second time since leaving Bayern Munich.
121. Corner, you require 147. 97. Kieran, you require 115.
Well, 115 for Smith. But he misses the big number. He did the hard work, but then
68.
the big number went a-begging.
Corner, you
And so
require
Groeneveld
50.
back for 50, double 16 for back-to-back 14s. 15 will
Shot on the
do.
second leg,
He gets the
Corner
break. He leads
Groeneveld.
2-0, averaging 103.66.
Third leg, it's Cornet to throw first. Game on.
Kieran Smith has got some soul searching to do, and he's doing it in the background there. You can see it.
140.
He gives himself the opportunity, and he's not over that miss of that big number. And not only did he miss it once, he missed the second one as well. It's a
48.
tough place to be when it's not quite going your way. On that big stage, it's a lovely place to play. But it's hard
40.
when it's not going as well as you want to, and his opponent is absolutely pounding on the pain, really, with every throw of a dart in this one.
And the issue is, at this level, there's just no
95.
room for sentimental sympathy, and you just keep getting hit by haymaker after haymaker, and there's only so much a man can take.
65.
Yeah, totally agree. And if you do have sentiment, it makes it very difficult for you to be a top
57.
player, that's for sure.
Corner you require 156.
156, 3-0 lead. Not going to go on this occasion, but there's no a need to.
100.
This is an excellent performance. He's averaging 105.88. He's 2 from 4 in the finishing. He could be on course for a second 14 darter. All of his legs have been 1 in 5 visit range.
Sit up for Groeneveld.
59. Corner you require 56.
He's got all the time he wants. Tops. Double 10.
No score.
Well, he's going to have to go back to the start again.
But with Smith way back on 1-4-2, this particular moment, he has nothing too much to worry about.
43. Corner you require 56.
He looks dejected as Kieran, and you can understand why. Double 10.
46.
Just has to try and hit a big score and try and put some pressure on and hope that Groeneveld continues to fluff his lines.
99. Corner you require 10.
I have to feel for him.
You do, but you're feeling here for Groeneveld.
Shot on
Oh,
the
he's
third
got it
leg.
last
Corner
start.
Groeneveld.
He nearly had too much time, didn't he? You nearly think, well, I don't have to kind of get it this visit or
flag.
whatever.
It's Kieran
That's a
to
negative
throw
thought.
first.
Your thought has got to be, I'm
Game
having
on.
this, I'm having this, I'm having this.
$135. $60.
It's these moments now. Kieran's really got to try and make a run if he can. So he's hit a 2 treble turn. Cornet's gone treble-less. Now he's got to think, right, let's kick in. Take those small wins and hope that
140.
as time and as the course moves on, they begin to rack up into something a bit more significant.
67.
Yeah, right. Right assumption there, mate. I couldn't agree more. This is
100.
that's better from Smith.
$80. Kieran, you require 126.
And he has got time on his side. 126 to get one back.
$45.
We'll hope to get his first dart at a double upon his return. And he's going, well, he should now get a
94.
dart, at least
Kieran,
a dart at
you
a double,
require
because he's going to
81.
get 6 from 81 to pick a leg up.
Absolutely. Doesn't need to go 12 ball here. Treble 10 is the route.
49.
32 is chosen route.
40. Kieran, you require 32.
Double 16. When he's had a go at a double, he's been good.
Shot on a 4
Case in
flag,
point
Kieran
there.
Smith.
Brings it back to 3-1, but the power scoring has just deserted him. And so those opportunities have
Fifth
come
flag,
almost
it's
like
Cornet to
crumbs
throw
on the
first. Game on.
floor of the bread table.
97.
But again, only one shell for Groeneveld. If Smith can apply pressure, it's again those small gains. It's a
93.
level leg. But Groeneveld, by the other side of the coin, can't get sucked into this.
96.
No, he can't. He's got to be thinking legs difference, because it could come down to that come last few games tomorrow. And we've already mentioned leg
42.
difference can be as big as a point in these league standings.
94.
And now he's hoping to really put the foot down.
$100.
Came out the chats flying, did Cornet, which has put him in the position that he's in now. Now hoping to finish off the job. Has to just lurk, of course, because of the flight of the first dart,
85.
just obscured where he saw the second dart go in. I tell you what, that was precarious, the way the
Cornet, you require 129.
second dart was dangling there. This for the match.
84.
He's missed a big number.
Kieran,
He
you
hopes he'll
require
come back for 45 for this
133.
133. Don't go.
And more often than not, that
43.
treble 20 first
you
dart has
require
been way
45.
under all day.
Game shot and the match.
It's double
Cornet
16 and it's a
Groeneveld.
4-1 win for Cornet Groeneveld. All his federation at home will be watching. He won't worry about the averages. He won't worry about 180s. He did hit one though. It's an 84.76, but Kieran Smith, he was looking good until he made that one mistake and then his world fell apart. But we will move on after the short break. We will head to Conan Whitehead taking on Victor Tingstrom and more action to see who stays top of the table.
To the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Cornet Groeneveld got the better of Kieran Smith by 4 legs to 1, and so it continues to ramp the pressure on Victor Tingstrom in the race for first place as far as Group A is concerned. A win for the Swedes here against Conan Whitehead. You would say that it is now a 2-horse race, and Whitehead, Thornton and Osborne will be battling for that final spot as far as Group B is concerned, and Thornton and Osborne will go toe-to-toe in the next game. So a big game for both for differentiating reasons. But the performance last time out of Victor Tingstrom was mightily impressive. He battered Robert Thornton
First leg, it's
4-1.
Conan to
Averaged
throw first.
96.67.
Game on.
Was 4 out of 7 on the doubles. And just looked so comfortable in that particular match.
Yeah, very much so. And
100.
this is a tough game, but Tingstrom will be looking to try and win this one to go back level at the top of the table with Groeneveld. And in our last round of matches, these
59.
two play each other. So even if he does get level, we know there will be an outright leader overnight.
43.
Which makes that first game of the final round of fixtures for the day so intriguing.
98.
Remember, we'll be back tomorrow morning from 9:30 on the Super Series YouTube channel.
140.
Hope to have as many of you as possible with us for that. Suppose if you're having a day off work, you can sit
100.
back, relax in bed and possibly watch it over a cup of tea or something.
Yeah, absolutely.
60.
Do enjoy having a nice lukewarm coffee in the morning.
$134.
Yeah,
Conan,
big
you
pick up
require
there from Tingstrom.
158.
Oh, Robin Hood. Too good. It was a Robin Hood, and you can see the piece
108.
of stem hanging off.
Victor, you require 110.
Now, Conan has one spare, usually on the table there's one spare stem and flight which he brings with him. He may have to use it here. Tingstrom 110. I'll tell you now, Conan Whitehead will go straight for the bullseye.
50. Conan, you require 50.
He will go straight for the bull. And he nearly hit it. Double 4.
42. Victor, you require 60.
60 then for Tingstrom. Moves across to see it, get a good line of the tops.
Game
And a
shot
good
on the
line of
first
the tops,
leg,
he
Victor
did.
Tingstrom.
And that could be a crucial break accrued by Victor Tingstrom there.
Second leg, it's Victor to throw first.
Whitehead.
Game on.
Fair to say, not happy.
I'm just wondering if he's questioning his decision to go for bull there.
140.
I don't know. If he always does it, he always does it.
Well, it's something that he tends to do with such regularity. You'll see him on 150 as well.
121.
Go for 3 bullseyes. That's just his maverick way.
Hey, look, he's got himself here. So he must be doing something right.
58.
One here. Won the big one.
Exactly.
$56.
Well, should start downstairs here, Victor.
95.
And a max would leave Conan on a finish. Won't be done now.
95. $100.
Well, that's the last of the scoring
59.
visits. Victor,
Victor, you require 108.
108 for a 2-0 lead. We'll start down on the 19s. And now wants double 16.
76. Conan, you require 170.
The fish does not go, and so Tingstrom will return for 2 16s for a 2-0 lead. One's recover, and one's recover well.
Victor, you require 32.
It does, but is it in vain? That's the question.
That's awkward. You
16.
could tell from the angle there.
Conan, you
And so
require
Whitehead now
36.
has a route back into this match and a route to level up.
Game shot on the
Pins the
second
double
leg,
18
Conan
to square
Whitehead.
up at 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on. $100. $140.
Conan
100.
back in the treble 20. Tingstrom has nearly turned the throw. A double treble visit here will turn the throw, but he's not done it.
45.
And a rare 45 for Tingstrom.
Just opened up the door for Conan, but it's a door that he can't open right now. And that
45.
was a bit of a dangler, wasn't it?
It was a bit of a dangler indeed, Henry.
$98.
But the dart stayed in. That's the question. So Jack has to call the score. The point touching the board.
100.
As per the official wording, all it has to do is the point is penetrate for it to count.
$134. Conan, you require 156.
Well, Victor's threatening the break if this doesn't go. And Whitehead isn't going to take out the 156. And so Tingstrom for the break at a 2-1 lead, leaves 84.
100. Victor, you require 84.
$14 leaves the bull.
59.
And so
Conan,
Whitehead's
you
here.
require 56.
There could be options for him here. He likes double 18, but he's going to go 16 for tops. Double top.
Game shot
Ping,
on the third
2-1 to the
leg,
Barbarian.
Conan Whitehead.
Yeah, a bit of aggression from him there. Clench of the fist. We haven't seen much of that from him so far.
Fourth leg, it's Victor to throw first. Game on. $96. $108.
Max for Conan to kick off leg 4.
I think Conan now realises he's battling for Group B, isn't he, Spot? And
108.
he's really turning it on. And Tingstrom has... How often do you see that? 180 comes through and then another one comes through like two buses
100.
coming along.
Do you feel like players are upping their game against Conan?
I think they do. I think they know that he's doing that.
85.
He's right around that 90 average every single game. And so you know what Conan's bringing to the party.
108.
Things like that.
Absolutely.
Victor, you require 140.
Well, Tingstrom's not going to have the 140 counter attack, and so Whitehead for a potential 11 here.
100. Conan, you require 41.
2 16s,
on the
11
fourth
dart leg, a
leg,
breaker
Conan
throw, and look
Whitehead.
at the aggression of Conan Whitehead. The Barbarian's building up ahead of steam now.
Fifth leg, it's Conan to
And
throw
that makes him a
first.
danger to everybody,
Game on.
including these table toppers. Is he sort of taking a little bit out of Colin's book there? Well, Colin has beat the two table
100.
toppers, and now he wants to do the same and have an effect on where it goes.
Well, suddenly what this could do here, if Conan wins,
100.
game 13 is Victor against Cornet, and suddenly from nowhere, Groeneveld could move into a 4-point lead overnight. And that's a hard position to relinquish on day 3.
97.
The 4-point lead would come from nowhere. I think he's played well enough to be 4 points in front. You know, we can't justify that. But yeah, I totally agree. This is
85.
big moments in this game. And big moments in this week.
For Whitehead averaging 96.75. Victor himself averaging 91.69. He hasn't played bad, not by the furthest degree, but Whitehead has just been better in this contest.
$56.
And now sees himself 6 starts away from the finishing line. Oh, with darts like that.
66.
Well, we nearly had our first 9 of the week.
A wry smile there from Conan because he did it with the 2 treble 5s in the visit before. Then he did the 2 treble 1s and hit the 60 with his last dart.
56.
And those 2 last dart
Conan, you
treble
require
20s have kept him in this
148.
leg.
Well, he's not going to win with a blockbuster. Not that he needed to. All he's going to do now is set himself up to the
100.
best degree possible. We'll have a couple of darts upon his return to seal the match. And for Victor Tingstrom, it's going to be a case of having to go back to the drawing board.
60.
He beat Robert Thornton
you
and put
require
himself back in
48.
contention. But this, for Conan Whitehead, to put himself onto 10 points and to
8.
catch himself in the equation. But 2 match darts have come and gone.
Victor, you require
Again, it's not just about
144.
the losing the game, it's the legs difference as well. You don't want to be getting defeated too heavy.
Well, that would have been gutsy from Victor if he found that right from the depths to keep him going in the contest.
128. Conan, you
Well,
require
he leaves himself
40.
on double 8 if this tops doesn't go. But it's
Big
no
shot
mistake
and the
for
match.
Co. And
Conan
look at the
Whitehead.
relief as he seals a 4-1 win. He knows how big that could be in the end proceedings as far as Group A is concerned. He keeps himself in contention. The Barbarian is a real battler, and battle away he will. But it means that Groeneveld's going to have a big advantage now at the top of the group. He's going to have the opportunity to move himself 4 points clear at the end of the first day's play. Whitehead on 10 keeps himself an interested spectator ahead of his last game against Robert Thornton in game 15. Coming up after the break, the final game from the 4th round of fixtures sees Colin Osborne and Robert Thornton go toe-to-toe. Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, the host venue for the Modus Super Series, where before the break we watched Conan Whitehead get the better of Victor Tingstrom by 4-1, averaging 91.35, 4 from 9 when it came to the checkouts, and it means that the ball at the top of the group is very much in the court of Corner Groeneveld. 14 points to his name from 9 matches. He now has a 2-point cushion ahead of Tingstrom against Groeneveld in the first game of the final round of fixtures, but the final game from round 4 sees Thornton and Osborne go toe-to-toe. And who would have thought that in the middle of day 2 we'll be saying that this is a battle between the players placed 4th and 5th in this table, respectively.
45.
You wouldn't have put any money on it. I wouldn't have put a packet of peanuts on it because I'd have lost them.
121.
Yeah, other brands of nuts available.
You're going nuts.
I'm biting my lip as well.
96.
I'm biting my lip. It's nothing to do with being sat here with you. Promise.
100.
You're my friend.
Oh, nuts friend.
121.
Oh, what a start to this game.
I was just about to say the same. 180s, 121s.
95.
I'm sure they're old adversaries from their PDC days. Thornton had a 4-1 win against Osborne yesterday.
Robert, you require 105.
But obviously Thornton had the darts then.
42.
Well, Thornton leaves himself on 63 to get the opening leg against the throat. And the thing with a player like Robert is at some point when he does
95.
snap back in,
Robert, you
following a bit of
require
a slumber, you
63.
expect the performance to be fairly seismic. Tops just about
43.
in the single, and the second one, well,
And
the
you
dart
require
at the end there
85.
really lacked the line and length. Double 14. 1-0
Shot on the
Osborne, and
first
that'll
leg,
feel like a
Colin
steal.
Osborne.
Yeah, very clinical finish from
Second
Osborne. And
leg, it's Robert to throw first.
the more frustrating thing
Game
when
on.
you're the player that goes before and you've had one dart, you do feel that you should hit that dart and you back yourself every time.
41.
But there is an old adage saying the easiest thing to do is hit a double after a player in front of you has missed. And is that the case? Or was that the case in that
83.
instance? And the fact that Thornton was quite a way away from it as well, wasn't he? Gives your opponent confidence coming back in. It's
39.
one of those scenarios I always think about while I'm playing. I shouldn't be thinking anything.
180.
Well, you said earlier on that you expect Osborne at some stage to really get going through the gears.
96.
Maybe it's just going to take a little bit longer than we thought it was going to be. Until he reached peak form.
100.
But as for Robert, it's such a head scratcher as to how things have developed as they have today.
45. Colin, you require 138.
1-3-8 for the break and a 2-0 lead. Not to be on this occasion, but he's got all the time really that he wants to complete this second leg against Throat.
46. 40. Colin, you require 92. 52.
Nice and safe to leave tops for Osborne, while Thornton way back on 240. just can't seem to get the line and length right. I know the cricket season's only just started and most county
45.
matches have been washed out so
Require
far.
40.
But he just can't get his line and length here at the moment, Robert Thornton. And Colin Osborne is quite happy to keep trudging along and keeping his foot on his throat, really.
20.
But again, there was another situation there where so far in front, sometimes you
59.
tell yourself you don't
Colin,
need
you
to quite
require
hit it yet.
20.
And I wonder if that was one of those instances for Osborne.
It's actually kind of been forgotten that Osborne hasn't lost yet today. He's 3 from 3 in the wins column. And he's now
Shot on the
halfway to
second
4
leg,
from
Colin
4.
Osborne.
And a win in this game would be his 99th at the Super. It'd be his 98th in the Super Series. And if he wins the next one, it'd be
Third
99.
leg, it's Colin
And
to
so he
throw
could
first.
complete the century by the
Game
time
on.
Group A is out. Thornton's on 98 wins himself.
55.
In fact, before today's play, the match wins percentage. Thornton 60.63%.
66.
Osborne 56.63% win ratio, and that's from 160 and 166 matches respectively.
That's lovely. Can you explain to me what a percentage is
60.
again?
If you really want me to be pedantic,
85.
Oh, I'd love you to. Go on, spoil me.
oh, I'm going to spoil the stat that you never needed, but now you just definitely want. Before today started, Colin Osborne threw 15,507 darts here at the Super Series.
95.
Robert Thornton, 14,803.
Oh, well done. Oh, I love a stat, me. That is
41.
superb. Absolutely.
If Colin Hammond was here, I would have been slung out of this commentary box and thrown off to the balcony.
No, you'd have just gone straight through the window. To be fair, there'd been no messing around.
100.
And you just don't know how close that was either for you going that way. But look, that was what a great stat. Love that.
164.
Thornton leads himself on 145 to try and get a leg back, and it'd be a break back.
85.
He's trying to halt
Robert,
the
you require
Osborne march, isn't he?
145.
Osborne's already had a 106 today.
57.
Hit that in
Colin,
his
you require 106.
game against Groeneveld last time out. And he hit it on the double 13. He's not going to do it there on this occasion. Tops.
86. Robert, you require 88.
Well, this is for a leg back. Double 7. Doesn't go.
81.
And so Osborne's got 3 in hand for 3-0 lead.
Colin, you require 20.
A little grimace at the face there. A little bit of anger from Osborne as he comes in.
10.
It hasn't quite worked.
Robert, you require 7.
Thornton just hits the 3. Double 1.
5.
And you saw the
Colin, you
blade on the
require
outside
10.
of there physically bend. He's clipped it. But on the wrong side. Got to go straight for it.
No score. Robert, you require
Now it
2.
gets a little bit tetchy. 1 up. 1 down.
score.
And Thornton will frown.
Colin, you require 10.
And 1 in the 5 for good measure. Now, got to go straight at this. Got to be bold and brave and go straight at this with the first dart. If you're going to bust it, you got to and go inside. You've got to go inside with the first.
Six.
And it goes on.
Robert, you require 2.
This leg goes on. And on.
Game shot
But
on
it's
the third
over.
leg. Robert Thornton.
And it's Thornton with a 26 dart break.
And you just don't get
Fourth
those back,
leg, it's
Henry.
Robert to throw first.
Absolutely not, Scott.
Game on. 60.
Unlucky for more there from Thornton. All sat on the top wire. Like a seagull waiting outside the chip shop. They were all over it.
140.
Osborne knows he should be free up, and he shouldn't really be
60.
involved in a contest really here because he's completely outplayed Thornton.
No, he totally has, and given that last leg up, I'm just wondering how that's going to affect Osborne and whether it's going to take him a leg or two to
140.
get back into it. But one would suggest no, he's quite angry about losing it and started 140, 140.
41.
Can he sandwich a treble in there?
45.
Not on this occasion. Doesn't leave himself on the finish. Thornton can only leave one with a max, and he may do, you know. He will do, you know. Okay, this makes things a little bit more interesting.
Thornton stares at the board as it darts as if to say, where have you been?
136.
Bet his theme here, woken Osborne. He's going to come back for tops after 12 for a 3-1 lead.
40. Colin, you require 40.
Tops. Double 10.
Game shot
Foul for Osborne. He gets the break. And it is Colin Osborne 3, Robert Thornton 1.
Fifth leg. It's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Start in hand. How many times has Osborne done that today? Robert stares at the ceiling. He stares to the skies of the church and he hopes that an almighty figure
100.
comes down and answers his prayers.
$100. $100. 96.
Yeah, nice pickup from Thornton. Keeps him in touch. But it's definitely still advantage Osborne as he hits that treble 20 nicely. Again, that little stray into the 5 that we've been seeing today from Osborne.
He's on the cusp now. It's Colin Osborne.
57.
And he's got all the time, really, that he wants to complete the job. It has just not happened today for Robert Thornton for one reason or another. It's been a real off day for the Thorn.
100.
Ton leaves Osborne on 76. This would be for his 4th straight win. It'd be his 98th win here at the Super Series. He'd be ticking on the ton of victories.
40. Colin, you require
An ironic
76.
round of applause from Robert Thornton. He may be shaking the hand of Colin Osborne in a few moments' time. 8 to complete the job. A demolition job. A 4-1 victory for Colin Osborne against Robert Thornton, who shakes his hand in concession. And it now means that the Wizard moves on to 10 points alongside Colin Whitehead. That the tail of the tape. Osborne a 4-1 victor. That was despite missing 16 darts at a double in that particular contest. So, that's the 4th round of fixtures completed for the day. 3 more games to go, and it begins with Victor Tingstrom up against Groeneveld. The top 2 going toe-to-toe.
Well, welcome back and to our YouTube viewers. We have completed 4 rounds now of Group A on day 2. And here are some of your results. And in the last group, we had 4 wins with the darts. Groeneveld 4-1 against Smith. Whitehead 4-1 against Tingstrom. And Colin Osborne 4-1 against Robert Thornton. And as you can see, on the top of the group, we have Groeneveld and Tingstrom right there. And they now play each other next game. So we will find out who will top the table. The battle continues between Whitehead, Osborne and Thornton for that Group B position. But our present game, as you can see, is the table toppers and who will sleep best overnight. You would fancy that Tingstrom should have the slight advantage with having the darts, but he has lost his last outing up there on the stage. So how will he react to that? We will all find out in a few moments' time.
First leg,
A significant clash.
First.
Probably the biggest we've had so far in Group A. But Tingstrom, you sense that he's into must-win territory. 4 points is a big gap to
96.
overcome. It's not an impossible gap, but it makes hard work of proceedings going into the final day's play. If it's all level,
61.
then we've got an almighty race on our hands, especially because you've got the possibility of Colin and Conan all being on 12, and so you'd have 4 players at the top of the group prized apart by just a couple of points.
44.
Yeah, so even though there's just 3 games to the end of the day, they're all very important games for varying reasons.
140.
Tuesday moving day hasn't seen a great deal of shuffling. Although you have to say, with his 4
85.
wins, Osborne has been sneaking under the radar and climbing the table.
140.
Well, 140 for Cornet. He's himself first to a finish against the darts.
100. Corner you require 160.
And he has got 6 from here to take out the opening leg. Not to be this time. Both of those first 2 darts
100.
dragging below. The third one finding the treble bed to leave himself on 60 after 12.
But it fathomed me how it even got through there. It was like there was no finesse. It was absolutely forced through the gate to get through.
136. Corner you require 60.
2 at tops.
Game shot on the first
Foul
leg.
for 14
Corner
dart
Groeneveld.
break to kickstart for Cornet Groeneveld.
Second leg, it's Cornet to throw first. Game on.
Tingstrom never took his eyes off the scoreboard there. Absolutely focused.
100.
Cornet's been good at getting out the gate in games recently.
85.
And it's corresponded to him having big leads, which then his opponents haven't been able to really reel in that game against Kieran Smith. Got off to a good start.
96.
They've all dipped below towards the line, but it's still good enough for a 4-1 win. Similar case in that game against Colonel Whitehead, racing to a 2-0 lead,
45.
and then 1-4-2.
$49.
Predictable battle away,
140.
but he must also be thinking that he's having big performances come up against him, 10 to the dozen. Whitehead averaged 91.35 against him in the last game, and
121.
here Groeneveld is averaging in excess of a ton.
Yeah, you would be feeling that actually as a player. You would be thinking, hang on a minute. I've walked into a couple here today
42.
who have turned it on when they probably
135.
haven't done in other games. So yeah, you can feel hard done by, but I don't think Victor's that sort. I think he's always glass half
150.
full rather than glass half empty, and it's a negative thought if you start thinking like that. He knows he's playing well enough, and he knows that he's doing a lot of good things.
99.
And
Corner
even
you
after
require
this, he's got another
20.
5 games to go to sort things out. But
Game shot on the second leg. Corner Groeneveld.
and when you're thinking things are against you, and then you see a player just to hit that top
Third
corner
leg,
right
it's
in
Victor
the
to throw first.
of the double, you start thinking,
Game
oh
on.
dear, it's not my day. So he has to start thinking, I had a good day yesterday. Still time here. It's only 2-0.
140.
Hold my own throw. And we got a different scenario all again.
60.
And we can already see how determined he is.
And how resilient he is. What a leg. Tom 40 followed by Max.
Yeah, absolutely right. Resilient is the right word. As a dart player, you have to be
140.
resilient. Because the kitchen sink is going to be thrown at you an awful lot in your darting life.
45.
I didn't commentate the last time Victor was here, but having commentated on him for the first time, I'm watching a player built for this
96.
environment, built for the
Victor
Super
you require
Series.
136.
He's got a very good base level. He's got a resilient nature about him. And he doesn't get too high when things go well or too low when things don't. That's the basis of a player that will have success here.
Yeah, I like that, Henry. Yeah, that's good analogy, that. That's exactly what he
On
is.
the third leg, Victor Tingstrom.
And that is a 14 darter. And that is 2-1. And it just
Fourth leg, it's corner to
taps
throw
the
first.
shoulder of Corne
Game on.
Groeneveld here.
$100. $81. $40.
An opening has come Tingstrom's way with a non-treble visit
140.
from Groeneveld, and he's jumped right in with both feet, has Tingstrom.
100.
He's just chipping away, and he's just beginning to get his rewards for it.
Yeah, he's more or less turned the throw round now to turn it into his advantage.
58.
And at that point, he needed a treble to assert that. Corne now has to punish that non-treble visit.
140.
And he also almost did with a max.
He's himself on 1-2-1 after 12. Tingstrom needs to find a treble now.
58.
Doesn't do so.
Corner you
Leaves
require
himself on a finish, but
121.
the ball is in Groeneveld's court for a 3-1 lead. Begins on the bullseye. $53 remaining.
85.
So leaves himself his
Victor, you
favourite
require
double 18 upon his
164.
return if this does not go. And it won't.
Yeah, that's the route Tingstrom goes for that
57.
164.
Corner you require 36.
Couple of treble 19s in the ball, but it's
Shot on the
36
fourth
incoming,
leg,
and
Corner Groeneveld.
an important hold of throw.
Fifth leg, it's
First
Victor
real
to throw first.
sign of dejection
Game
there
on.
from Victor. A little bit of a shake of the head in the background.
I'm not sure what they both stopped there for. They both stopped and were looking like meerkats
140.
at Jack. Ow, 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 ow.
96.
Have you stubbed your toe?
Yeah. Dave.
There's no Allens though.
95.
No, that's true. You know you've made it when they name a Hoover after you, Henry.
96.
Apparently they had to rename the Hoover in this building because they just couldn't have... They were sick of the sight of one Henry, let alone 2.
Absolutely. What did they get? A Mike Dyson?
Way. Banter.
59. Victor, you require 170.
The fish to save it. He's not going to take it on this occasion, but he can set up to continue the
96.
contest. Oh, this would be pressure.
140.
Now there's oodles of
Victor,
pressure
you
on this
require
74.
Yeah, there is. And
54. Corner, you require 110.
can he get a Delver dart at it to win this very important match?
Triple 18, not to beat. And so
58.
Tingstrom is back for double
Victor,
10
you
to bring it
require
back
20.
to 3-2. And just to keep this contest ticking along,
Game shot on
and
the
ticking
fifth
along
flag,
it will.
Victor Tingstrom.
And Groeneveld will have the darts, not just for the match, but for a 4-point lead at the top of the table,
flag, it's corner
going
to
into
throw
the final
first.
days playing Group
Game
A.
on. $43.
And that's a poor start. That's a poor start with momentum all with Tingstrom after the last leg. And here comes Tingstrom.
108.
Charging back.
41.
This guy just does not give in.
60.
But that could be a seismic slip.
$100. $108.
He's flicked the switch.
He really has flicked the switch. And knows that he'll have the darts, the momentum and
28.
everything if he
Victor,
can
require
seal this
81.
81 off. Nice and clean.
Can find the triple 10. 47 remaining. We'll probably look across towards the 15s. That's exactly what he
49.
does, leaving himself on 32 after 12. Averaging 94.38, 2 from 4 when it comes to the finishing. 3 maximums in there.
60. Victor, you require 32.
And his quality now is really coming to the boil. For a level game. He has not had fun here today.
Game
But he's
shot on
found the
sixth
double
flag,
16
Victor
towards the bottom
Tingstrom.
corner. And we go all the way. And crucially as well, Tingstrom has the darts. If
7 from final
Groeneveld
leg,
wins
it's
this,
Victor
there's going to
throw
be a
first.
4-point gap between first and second place
Game
overnight.
on.
If Tingstrom can pick the points up, it is as you were. Both players on 14 points. Both players smack bang level going into the final day's proceedings. And look at this for a start.
139.
All the pressure now on Corner Groeneveld.
Yeah, indeed. And I don't think that
140.
Cornet fell off in this game. I think that Victor stepped up. Cornet started the game very well, and Victor then came and did exactly the same and came back into it.
140.
Showed the character, and that's a good start from him as well.
Well, the power scoring for Victor has just been bigger
60.
and better than that of Cornet, and that's been the tale of the last few legs. Showing his best stuff when he's needed to, but could do with a trouble here.
45.
Doesn't do so, and so a ton 40 here for Groeneveld will put him first to a finish.
94.
Just went searching for something. He knew that the treble was blocked. Wasn't afraid to move.
137.
Yeah, that was a big shot from Tingstrom, and he knows it. Give it a little bit.
66. Victor, you require 40.
This for the match. Tops. And there will be a two-way tie at the top of the table going into the final days playing Group A. Victor Tingstrom, too strong for Corny Groeneveld, and it means that he will be top of the pile. 14 points, both players plus 13 legs difference, both players 35 in terms of legs won. And so the metric that decides who is top of the table overnight is Victor Tingstrom winning both the head-to-heads. 4-1 yesterday, 4-3 today, 94.33 the average, 4 for 9 on the doubles. But have a look at that power scoring. 3 maximums, 3 140s, gave him more opportunities, and opportunities that he took. So Tingstrom, a 4-3 victor in that big battle at the top of the table. Coming up after the break, Kieran Smith up against Colin Osborne. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Victor Tingstrom made sure that there will be a two-way tie at the top of the table after getting the better of Corny Groeneveld by 4 legs to 3. And so into our final couple of games for the day we go. Kieran Smith will kick them off against Colin Osborne. For Osborne, if he wins today, he would have completed the card, having began day 2 on 2 points in the table, and would then be on 99 wins in this competition. He'd be able to complete the century tomorrow against Kieran Smith, for whom things just haven't quite worked out for him so far.
No, they haven't, but he's been better in his last couple of games and showed a little more promise. Wouldn't it be ironic
First
here
leg,
if he
it's Kieran to throw first.
was the one that turned Colin over and stopped him having a fiver on day 2 here of Group A, Series 7, Week 7. I don't think I've left anything out, have I?
97.
I think you've dotted all the I's and crossed the T's.
Thank you, mate.
For Colin, if he goes through the card today, he's going to give himself
22.
so much confidence going into tomorrow. And from a position where he looked almost out of it, he could put himself on the periphery of winning the group.
62.
If he wins this game, this is the first game tomorrow. So there is a potential he can move level on points. The big issue that he has is the fact that his leg difference doesn't marry up to the
81.
others.
No. But he can turn that round tomorrow if he has another sort of 4 out of 5 performance. But I think it's an intriguing day tomorrow to see how our joint table toppers go about their business.
96. $84.
In weeks but gone by, we've seen it here that somebody that's absolutely pushing for that win in Group A then doesn't make it through B or C, whichever, usually B that they drop into. It's brutal here. Brutal.
$58.
Well, Smith leads himself first to a finish in this opening leg. First leg's just got the feel of two players that have had long days for different
97.
reasons, and maybe just a little
Here
bit
you
of
require 142.
fatigue is beginning to come into play. 142 is going to go. What can Osborne make of the 120?
60. Colin, you require 120.
Time to climb the ladder. He's going to have to go down to go up, or is he going to think of bull, bull? Well, he stayed there, clipped the barrel of the first.
$60.
And really had to go
Kieran,
for
you
top
require
tops because he would have seen
82.
nothing of the treble bed. So, Smith, 82. Double top.
Game shot on
Bang.
the first
First
leg,
time of
Kieran
asking.
Smith.
Smith leads 1-0. And that may just give him a bit of confidence.
Second leg, it's Colin to
And what I
throw
liked
first.
after he'd gone on the
Game
dart
on.
for the bull, he then took his time a little more. We saw him make that mistake and sort of finish his own chances off in that game because he made the mistake and
140.
couldn't get over it mentally because it was a simple mistake to make to miss the big number. And he didn't make that mistake again.
60.
Took his time on the 17 and got his just rewards by hitting the tops. You've got to get that dart at something to win the leg. And if that means hitting a big 15 or a big
100.
17, then you've got to concentrate and make sure you don't make the mistake in doing that.
Do what you feel is right.
59.
It's just doing the right thing for you mentally.
$96. $96.
So Osborne 6 starts from here to square this game up at 1 apiece. And he's going to do a great job of doing the setup part. Leaves himself
125.
tops after 12 to square at 1 apiece.
Yeah, he's been in the lateral drift into the fives and he needed to be there to leave himself the tops.
121. Colin, you require 40.
To level this game up.
Game shot on a
First
second
time of
leg,
asking.
Colin Osborne.
13 data for Osborne. 1-1.
Third leg, it's Kieran to throw first. Game on. $56. $100.
Max for Colin. I'm going to go early with this. Colin has had a 9 data in the previous studio in Southampton,
100.
but hasn't had one here in Portsmouth. Is that fortune going to change here? No!
81.
One couldn't hear the gallery in one's ears there, and yeah, they had a little something to say about that, viewers.
60.
I don't usually take too pleasantly to things I say. They do a great job behind the scenes,
85.
guys. Do a fantastic job. They work really hard to bring the pictures that you see on your screens, bring the social media
55.
content that
Colin,
is
you
brought to
require
you,
155.
to produce the shows that we bring to you. We do have a great team here, real good team, a tight-knit team, which is great as well.
Yeah, we're just the eye candy in front of camera, aren't we, Henry?
55. $40.
Well, I think that just
Colin, you
sums it
require
up
100.
for Kieran right now. Tom for Osborne for 2-1, and he really kicked on following the first leg. Triple 19 would have left double 14.
88.
Yeah, if Kieran Smith wasn't having any bad luck, he wouldn't be getting any luck at all, would he? Just having one of those again today.
Must feel like anything that can go wrong is going wrong right now.
58. Colin, you require 12.
Well, this double 6 for a 2-1 lead. Double 3.
Game shot on a
Found.
third leg. Colin
First
Osborne.
leg was one with the double at the top of the board. The second one is one with the double at the bottom of it. But nonetheless, Osborne leads
Fourth
2-1
leg,
with a
it's
break
Colin
in
to throw
hand.
First. Game on.
Win that movement to 12 points. It means he would have completed
95.
the card on day 2 and would put him on to 99 wins in this competition. And he'd have the opportunity to complete the milestone tomorrow.
140. $100. $59. $99.
Just feels like he's going about his business in his own time at the moment, Colin.
Yeah, he is, and
56.
I fear he's getting dragged into this a little bit. Ah, there we go. He needed a treble to get him moving again.
100.
Finds himself on 107 to move himself 3-1 to the good.
58. Colin, you require 107.
And he's going to have 6 to establish a 2-leg cushion. Treble 17 should be the dart here for Colin. Treble 17 is the dart for Colin.
67.
And it leaves himself on tops upon his return.
Needs another treble, really, to
100. Colin, you require
threaten
40.
Osborne. Oh, wow. Oh, I must have slipped out of the hand or something. It wasn't quite heading in the right direction. Can he adjust?
No score. Kieran, you require 88.
No is the answer, and Kieran Smith's got the opportunity to break back here. May just be a dart of the ball. Safe 18. Beautiful
Game shot on a
ball!
fourth leg. Kieran
And we're back to
Smith.
2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Kieran to throw first. Game on.
And Osborne knows he should be heading into the sunset in this contest. But credit to Kieran Smith.
96.
He's battled and battled and battled, and he is hoping at some point the hard work will give him some kind of fruition.
45. 140.
Look what a lift that bullseye has given Kieran Smith.
$140. 95.
Maxi.
140.
Not to be.
Kieran, you require 170.
The fish for Smith. Doesn't go, and so goes down to the 19s.
42.
And so Osborne here will be looking for 136 to leave himself on his beloved tops. Next best will be a 140 to leave himself on 136. I'm sorry, leave himself on 36.
Kieran, you require 128.
We start on the 18s here with Smith. Treble 20 for another shot at the bullseye, not to be. Back to the 18s.
42. Colin, you require
Again,
76.
a mistake. Need to hit the big number. It's minimum requirement when going for big trebles.
Well, one dart at tops. Osborne's been good today, and he is perfect again. He gets yet another break, and he leads 3-2.
Sixth leg, it's Colin
And
to
very
blow
quickly,
first.
he is zooming
Game
in
on.
towards the top of the table.
$140.
And now he wants to kick on.
Yeah, he feels he's in the driving seat now, doesn't he? He feels that he's got rid of the
85.
danger from Kieran Smith.
$121. 44.
He just doesn't get past that first dart that's under the treble 20. It's very rare he gets by it.
$100.
The amount of times he's hit a treble with either the first or his first two darts in this game, Colin Osborne, has been exemplary.
60.
And
Colin, you
could
require
finish off
140.
the job here. He's got 6 in hand at 140 for the match. He'll move him to within 2 points of the co-leaders. Doesn't find the second treble, but he's going to leave this as big and as safe as possible.
120.
Too safe as he leaves himself double 10 after 12.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a resigned fact
57.
from
Colin, you require
Kieran
20.
Smith. That this is a done deal. 20 after 12 for Osborne.
Game shot and the
It's
match. Colin
13 dart
Osborne.
leg. He finishes on a 4-2 win. Osborne finishes his day with 5 wins out of 5. We said it'd be moving day for somebody, but the guys above him on the top of the table have also been holding their own. It's another 90 average for Osborne. 180, 4 out of 8 on the double, so 50%. Good stuff from him. We head off now into a short break and we'll bring you the last game of the day, which is Robert Thornton against Conan Whitehead.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series for the final game of the day. Before the break, Colin Osborne got the better of Kieran Smith by 4 legs to 2. That puts him on to 12 points as far as the group is concerned. 2 behind the co-leaders of Tingstrom and Groeneveld as we await our final game of the session as Conan Whitehead takes on Robert Thornton. And what is our crescendo to the session. Big game for Whitehead. Wins this, he's on to 12 points.
First leg, it's Robert to throw
the
first.
top 4 players in the group would be
Game on.
priced apart by just a couple of points. But by contrast, if Thornton can pick up the win in this one, it would mean that Osborne would be on 12, the top 2 on 14, and
22.
Whitehead and Thornton would be on 10. They wouldn't be out of it, but there'd be a lot of traffic in front of them to have to manoeuvre on the final day.
100.
Yeah, the way the
66.
table's looking, you feel it's 3 from 2, don't you, to go into that Group B with either Groeneveld or Tingstrom, depending on how they
30.
end up come the end of play tomorrow.
$95.
It's strange when you're the last
60.
game on here on one of these days, because having been there and done it, your 4 opponents that you've been in the back room with are long gone. They've packed up, they've left. As you're coming out to come and play,
60.
they leave.
Well, Robert there is shaking his arm when his throwing arm when he's finishing a visit. I don't know what the situation is. Don't want to speculate as to what the situation is, but
131.
it looks like he's in just a little bit of discomfort.
To be honest, I saw him do it before we started this morning. On
84.
game 1 when he played Groeneveld. He was doing it when he walked to the board earlier, before we even started. So I think it may be something that's been niggling him most of the day.
60.
I remember a time at Lakeside, I slept on the wrong shoulder and wrong arm, and I just absolutely couldn't move my shoulder one day at Lakeside,
84.
one of my early games.
Conan, you require 120.
120 for the first leg. Isn't going to go for Conan, and so Thornton will come back for 90
30.
for an
Robert,
opening
you
leg
require
hold.
90.
Both players on 90. Double 15. Goes inside, and so
82.
hopes
Conan,
that
you require
Conan cannot
90.
take this out. Now he goes for double 15, and he moves inside.
No score. Robert, you
And he hits
require
the double
8.
7 and
Game shot on the
causes
first
himself all
leg,
sorts of
Robert
problems,
Thornton.
but first blood to Thornton.
Second leg, it's Conan to throw
Even
first.
through the pain barrier,
Game on.
Thornton is in front.
$41. $45. $60.
Bit of zip coming out of this game.
134.
Well, let's have a look at
58.
the darts from above. See how Thornton's darts enter the board. They stand in a very much an upright position. And a bit of a
58.
FDM, isn't he? First dart merchant. The first dart's got to sit nicely for him.
$100.
Yeah, as you can see from the Conan's angle, they do slightly kick to the right as well, but then Conan stands very much to the right, so that might not be a kick. It might be just the
42.
angle of entry. And Robert is very much more central or just off central to the left.
$140.
140 leads Conan first to a finish. And he'll get the sense that he can really take command of proceedings. He could be the one that really makes the running in this match.
125.
If he can and he wants.
Conan, you require 102.
For this to square up with Thornton now threatening the break. 82 left. Went for the ball to leave double 16.
62.
But will now leave himself on
Robert, you
tops
require
if he comes
97.
back.
$46. Conan, you require 40.
Double 10 to level this match up. Up for fives. Moves
35.
inside. And
Robert, you
Thornton is
require
back for the
51.
break.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's gone 11 for the double top route. Double 10.
31. Conan, you
Looked
require
very positive
5.
when he went in to get it, but if the
No
line says
score.
no,
Robert,
that's
you
a big
require
number there
20.
for Conan. So another real free chance here for Thornton. Surely he's not going to turn it up.
No score.
Oh, he has. He's
Conan,
turned
you
it
require
down.
5.
Feels like Shredsville right now. Double 2.
$1.
And we go on.
Robert, you require 20.
The drama continues. But for how much longer? How much longer?
Game shot on a second leg. Robert Thornton.
I think Conan knew that double 5 was going in the end. 2-0 Thornton.
Holds
Third
his hand
leg,
up
it's
in
Robert
apology,
to throw
but
first. Game on.
Thornton with the throw now in the ascendancy in this
135.
match.
$60. $121.
I feel like if Robert wins this game, Conan will feel that
123.
all the hard work that he's done today will become undone in one fell swoop.
140.
Yeah, it will be. That's no word of a lie, that. But you know, Conan, he never gives up. He ain't out of it.
100.
And the more kind of upset he gets, the better he gets.
Robert, you require 105.
And it'd be so quintessential, wouldn't it? After everything that's happened, Whitehead goes off 180, then
38.
takes a 138
Conan, you
out.
require 138.
Stranger things have happened here in the live lounge. It's not going to be today.
44. Robert, you require 67.
Thornton for 3-0. 67 is what he's looking at. 64 is what he's looking at. The bullseye is what he's looking at.
29.
Couldn't find the line or length of that, and
Conan,
so
you require
Whitehead will
94.
return for 94. Tops.
Game shot on a
Back to
third leg.
2-1.
Conan
Whitehead gets that break back and returns this game to throw.
Fourth leg. It's Conan to throw first. Game on.
He wasn't the favourite to win that leg, but this is what Conan does.
134.
He never gives up, and he battles and battles, and until that last dart is in, you never know whether you've got him till it actually goes in.
60.
So you can see from that overhead camera shot where Conan stands slightly to the right, and that's why
140.
there's a slight kick to the right with his darts. As you can see, Rother is just about centre.
140.
It's what we call a straight up and down merchant with the throw.
Whitehead has wrestled this game.
42.
back into his favour, but hasn't left himself on a finish there. Thornton could punish to the nth degree, but isn't going to do
82.
so.
Yeah, Thornton's action there comes back through and then forces its way, pushes the dart towards the board.
128. 96. Conan, you require 57.
For 2-2. 23 left.
He's gone the double 17 route. Well, I wouldn't recommend to anybody watching. But
Shot
if
on
you
the
can
full
go
flag,
double-double
Conan
like that,
Whitehead.
maybe it's worth considering.
It's the only way to go for
Fifth flag,
57.
it's Robert to throw first.
But Conan
Game
is
on.
really trying to G himself up. He knows that there are points here to be grasped. And although he's not playing at his best, there is still a match for him to win.
59.
Which would put him on to 12 points. It'd mean the top four would be separated by just a couple of points overnight. And effectively as well would eliminate Robert Thornton from
125.
making his way through.
$48.
And there you go. Perfect camera shot of why his darts kicked to the right slightly.
180.
And now having clawed his way back into a game that probably that third leg he had no right to.
140.
He is now looking the most likely.
This game has turned.
81.
Whitehead now 115 points away from a 3-2 lead, and he'd accrue the break in the process.
81. Conan, you require 115.
115. 6 from here. Goes bullseye to start. The bullseye.
90.
And it wasn't too far away. That was cheeky, Co.
It was more cheek than the cheeky girls, wasn't it?
59. Conan, you require 25.
Thanks for putting that song in my head. 88.
Game shot on a fifth
14
flag.
darts.
Conan
Whitehead breaks and now has the throw for the match.
Sixth flag. It's Conan to throw first. Game on.
We could well have an incredible crescendo to this group.
100. 85. 100.
Whitehead still plugging away.
26.
And every time he seems to hit, it seems to affect Thornton.
43.
You get the sense Whitehead knows he's got the game exactly where he wants it. He just wants to get the job done as quickly as he possibly can.
55.
And now he is trying to put the hammer down.
108.
The Barbarian really has put Thornton to the sword.
It's his third of the match and his 10th of the day. He had
44.
11 yesterday, 21
Conan, you require
180s.
78.
Conan is on in 2 days.
Double 12 for the match. And we are
shot
going
on the
to
match.
have a
Conan
grandstand
Whitehead.
finish to the group because the top 4 players are now just 2 points apart. And have a look at that for relief for Conan Whitehead. He had to draw everything from that match to pick up the 2 points, and pick up the 2 points he did. As for Robert Thornton, well, it was a day that he would rather forget. But for Whitehead, 4-2 the victory there, which means Tingstrom, Groeneveld, Whitehead and Osborne are all in that race for first place. 2 points between them. Myself and Scott Mitchell are going to analyse all of the action after this short break. Well, what a day we've seen here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Myself and Scott have been enjoying 15 games here at the Modus Super Series, and these are the results from those particular encounters. The day spread very much evenly in the middle, but a day for Colin Osborne to marvel over. He won all 5 matches, and now he very much is in contention for that top spot in the table. But the story of the day is, well, tomorrow we have got one heck of a grandstand finish. 4 players, 2 points.
Yeah, well, midway through the day, we were looking like it was going to be a 2-horse race and that everything was over. And we did say this morning that the stars that we thought were going to be at the top had to do something today on moving day. And generally, they all have.
Well, let's have a chat about Victor Tingstrom. Now, he is top of the table based on head-to-head from Corny Groeneveld. I want to talk about that last game there because he was in a spot of bother against Corny. But what we've learned today is his real resilience when it comes to key situations.
Resilience, bounce-back ability, and I think belief in his own ability. You know, you can see he's a confident guy. He's on the up. And being 2-0 down did not actually affect him. It actually turned him on and made him stronger. And Cornet didn't go off in that game. It was what Victor did to turn himself on. He went and won that game. Cornet didn't lose it.
Well, Corny Groeneveld also finds himself on 14 points. He's just rock solid and steady, isn't he?
Well, we didn't expect him to come and be this rock solid and steady on debut in his first 2 days. After the first day, we thought, well, maybe he could fall off today. You know, it's acceptable. He was there at the top. No, he hasn't done any of that. He's been an absolutely true grinder. He just kept going, and he's had moments that games haven't been going well for him as well. And he's turned them round. He's believed, and he's turned them round. And so, you know, he's justified being right up there, level at the top.
As far as Colin Osborne's concerned, he's won every single game on Tuesday, 5 for 5. And from 2 points in 5th place at the end of the opening day, he has put himself well in the mix.
Yeah, absolutely. And we knew it had to be a special day for him. And he's actually gone and done it. And it's easy to say at the start of the day, oh, yeah, I'll just go and do it. And it's easy today to say once you've done it, oh, yeah, it wasn't a problem. That was a tough day for him. And we saw him with gritty determination. He was gritting his teeth. He was winding himself up. He was getting him going. But we also saw that bounce onto Conan as well, because Conan was watching in the screen in the back room, and he saw him doing it. And so, but fair play to Colin. 5 out of 5. That's a tough feat to achieve in the group that he's in.
As far as Conan Whitehead's concerned, he got that win at the end against Robert Thornton, and he puts himself well in the mix. And he'll feel like the numbers he's put in, he should be in the mix.
The numbers he put in yesterday are very similar to what he's done today. And I think it would be easy for him to walk away from this going, I feel really hard done by. Everybody stepped up against me. But he doesn't feel like that. Conan never does feel like that. He feels you get dealt, you get dealt what you deserve. And maybe he's missed the odd double here and there. But he would be harsh on himself to say that. He deserves to be right in the mix. And hey, who knows? Could he go 5 out of 5 tomorrow and really upset the apple cart?
Well, let's have a look then at the table going into the final day's play. So Victor Tingstrom and Cody Groeneveld both on 14. Conan Whitehead and Cullen Osborne on 12. And actually, when you look at the table, there's such an interesting dynamic. We said it at the beginning of the week where you got players with vast experience against players that are learning as they go. Victor's been here before, his second time. He's improved from his first visit here. Cornet on debut up against Conan and Colin, who have A, won a Champions League and B, got to the final of a Champions Week before. So you've got that experience against relative inexperience, which creates such a compelling dynamic.
Well, yeah, very much so. But let's not forget, Luke Littler was an experience when he came here. And look what he's doing now and what he gained from here. So who knows? I think we're in for a really, really interesting day tomorrow. I think it's going to go down to the wire who goes through and who ends up in Group B. And I just cannot wait for it to all get going again.
We shall make it a date in the morning, shall we?
Yeah, let's.
Right, we'll see you tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow as well on what should be a thrilling final day 2 proceedings as far as Group A is concerned here at the Super Series. 4 players separated by just 2 points. And on Grand National Week, it's a 4-horse race for the line. Who is going to cross that fence first?